like to start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Harrison, could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we actually have a special guest with us today, and I'm going to hand this over to Marshall as we, well, kick this off. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mayor. Often in this work, I get the opportunity to serve as a proud mom. And a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to be the guest speaker at the Raleigh Summer Partnership Raleigh annual finale. And it was such an amazing event. So many communities struggle with trying to make sure there are positive opportunities for our young adults. And we are one of the communities that get it right. So I can't say enough about Kathy Ector and the partnership that we have with her office and the partnership that she has in this community that brings forward wonderful employment opportunities for folks who would not otherwise have a connection to local government and public service. But as we were closing out that program, one of the students did an amazing job of creating a video, and I will tell you guys that I was moved to tears. It speaks to the future. It speaks to hope. It speaks to who we are as a community and who we strive to be. So with that, I ask that she come today to kind of share with you all, and I hope you all are moved in the same way that I was. I'm pretty sure that you will be. But I will turn it over to Kathy Ector so that she can share a little bit about the program really briefly, and then she will turn it over to Paige, and we will show you the video.
Michelle's asking you something.
Good afternoon, everyone. Council members, Raleigh residents, and department heads, and of course, our Partnership Raleigh fellows and interns. Thank you so much, Marshall, for coming out and always being a part of Partnership Raleigh. Partnership Raleigh is a collaboration and initiative that was developed by City of Raleigh Housing and Neighborhoods that provide paid internships and fellowships for students who live and or go to school here in Raleigh. We have 3 distinct programs under Partnership Raleigh, including the Partnership Raleigh Conservation Internship Program that Paige was a part of. Paige was an amazing intern in our conservation program. But a little bit about Partnership Raleigh. We create a pipeline for young people to get jobs in public service and sustainability jobs. We do a special focus on recruiting and hiring underrepresented students like young women and young students of color who are underrepresented in these fields like sustainability, climate justice, and natural resource management. Paige's video honors the legacy of environmental justice in our community. She did a wonderful job encapsulating what this really means to our community, and we couldn't be prouder of her. We launched our first cohort of Pathways to Public Service Fellows this January, and as Marshall said, we recently graduated about 20 of these students who have spent the last 6 months working in the city of Raleigh. I'm really happy that one of our fellows is here now and is part of our permanent employees, as again, we provide that pipeline of students to get a chance to know what happens in city government and become one of our permanent city employees. So I'm very, very proud of that. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce Paige. Paige is a rising senior at Roseville High School. She did, again, an amazing job with our conservation program and put together a wonderful video. So here's the video.
You want to say a few words?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Paige Cook. I live in the city of Raleigh. I go to school at Roseville High School, though. And since about sophomore year, I decided that I wanted to be an environmentalist. And then I had to do an internship for school, and I found this opportunity with the city of Raleigh, and I was super duper excited, and it has been more than I could have ever imagined. It has totally solidified my wanting to work in this job. And the people that I have met there have been so amazing, and it's been really awesome to find so many people that care about this, that care about the city, that care about our nature and our history, because it's harder to find those people just in my high school. There's not a lot of people who understand that the way that I do and the way that we do. So I made this video to honor specifically two of the stories that I learned about and two of the parks that I really fell in love with, Annie Louise Wilkerson Nature Preserve Park and the Walnut Creek Wetland Park. So I hope you enjoy it. I did it super fast and like while we were working, so I tried my best, but turns out people really like it, and I hope you do too.
Let me tell you what I wish I'd known when I was young and dreamed of glory. You have no control. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story?
President Jefferson, I'll give him this. His financial system is a work of genius. I couldn't undo it if I tried. And I tried.
Who lives, who dies, who tells your story?
President Madison.
He took our country from bankruptcy to prosperity. I hate to admit it, but he doesn't get enough credit for all the credit he gave us.
Who lives, who dies, who tells your story?
Every other founding father story gets told. Every other founding father gets to grow old.
And when you're gone, who remembers your name? Who keeps your flame? Who tells your story? Who tells your story? Who tells your story?
Eliza, I put myself back in the narrative. I stop wasting time on tears. I live another 50 years. It's not enough. I interview every soldier who fought by your side.
A great deal.
I try to make sense of your thousands of pages of writings. You really do write, but you're running out of time. I rely on Angelica. While she's alive, we tell your story. She is buried in Trinity Church near you. When I needed her most, she was right on time. But I'm still not through. I ask myself, what would you do if you had more time? The Lord in His kindness, He gives me what you always wanted. He gives me more time. I raise funds in D.C. for the Washington Monument.
She tells my story.
I speak out against slavery. You could have done so much more if you only had time. And when my time is up, have I done enough? Will they tell your story? Oh, can I show you what I'm proudest of? The orphanage. I established the first private orphanage in New York City. The orphanage. I helped raise hundreds of children. I get to see them growing up. The orphanage. In their eyes I see you, Alexander. I see you every time. And when my time is up, have I done enough? Will they tell your story? Oh, I can't wait to see you again. It's only a matter of time. Will they tell your story? Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? Will they tell your story? Who lives, who dies, who tells your story?
So
Paige,
now you can see.
I was going to ask Paige if she would come up and get a picture with all of us.
Yes.
All right.
So now you can see why I was moved. And I'm supposed to be the speaker, supposed to be in charge of the day, and I'm sitting up there crying like a big baby. But it is amazing. So our future is bright in this community, and not enough can be said about what Kathy Ector does to make a difference. And she is the pipeline to employment from our young adults in this community. So Mary, I told you that one was for you.
Okay, I'm going to adjourn the meeting so we can all wipe our chairs. Yeah, okay.
think
That
Mary's trying
was
to get your
amazing. Councilmember Black?
I just want to commend you on that amazing story. My background is in climate storytelling, and this year I won a documentary film competition on the story of the Walnut Creek wetlands specifically, and actually the genesis of my work with environmental justice began with the Partners for Environmental Justice in the Walnut Creek wetlands. So it's just really amazing to see the history continuing on with this next generation, and just keep doing you, keep being great. You're amazing. That was so good. I was moved to tears. Thank you so much.
That was awesome. Councilmember Jones?
I'm going to speak directly to you. So my background is in theater, and I know every word to that song, or to that song and that whole play. So that spoke to me, and then the work, how you're able to touch people and move them to bring that into this conversation, even though it's not directly related, that the song is beautiful. And again, I'm just so proud that you're going to be running this soon. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Quarry. Oh, Quarry.
Just briefly, great work. I'm glad to see the Wetland Center. I just want to staff, make sure if we can keep that and share that, even if it's just at the, the two centers where people can come and continue to see that messaging, because it's something that, we can sit up here and we can talk about what we're doing, but when they hear it from you and your work, I think it touched people a lot deeper. So definitely appreciate it. And hopefully city staff will work with you. Also, I know we want to do it online. Please make sure theater people are okay with Hamilton and we have those rights that we can share that, because YouTube will take things down. So, but please.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
We're going to stay out of jail, so we're going to.
You also featured the field guide, which I am featured in. I actually wrote 2 of the pages in the field guide back in middle school. I did the muskrat and the mallard duck. So if you go and check it out, you'll see my name. I did those 2 pages.
Okay, now back to reality. Again, thank you for being here. That was wonderful. And thank you for sharing that with us. All right, now we are on to the consent agenda. Item L2 has been pulled. Could I have a motion to approve the rest of the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. L2, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I think we are going to move this to committee, the Transportation and Transit Committee. We had talked about possibly doing it in September when we are going to have a bicycle lane discussion. What do you think, Councilmember?
Yeah, I think I've had some conversations with yourself and Councilman Member Melton, who also pulled the item. We'll put this on the Transit and Transportation Committee for September when we're talking about the overall bike plan as well.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
So, move to place item L2 on the Transit and Transportation Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, next we're on to public comment, which is why I believe most of you are here today. We have a list of approximately 31 people who have signed up to speak. I'm going to ask that, well, we're going to time you. Everything is set at 1 minute per person. I'm going to ask first 5 names to please come up and form a line so we can move this through. So we will start with Octavia Rainey, James Bledsoe, Mark Sokol, Robert Blank, and James Horace.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the City Council and the city staff for helping us with the Fourth Ward project. The Fourth Ward project is a very serious project, and I am delighted that the city agreed to be a sponsor of Fourth Ward. Fourth Ward I have worked on since 1977, so it's been a long time coming. I just can't stop commending the city of Raleigh for helping us get this event off the ground. It is a 6-day event starting August the 26th to September the 4th. It will be the first time that 3 churches have came together to celebrate on September the 1st in 50 years. So I am just excited about Fourth Ward, where we're going, and just amazed. And to the city of Raleigh, thank you and thank your staff.
Octavia, thank you for your work on this. It's been very meaningful, and I think people are really going to appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask that you hold your applause between speakers. Let's be respectful of each other so we can get through the full agenda. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Council. I want you to take a look at these numbers here real quick. This is your crime review mid-year. So I don't want you to get too excited about that last little bit over there on the right, because we're only 2/3 the way through the year, but I want you to look at the rest of these numbers. So regardless of what Axios says about how crime is dropping, I want you to see how human trafficking is on the rise and has increased since quite a few of you have taken office. Rapes are also on the rise. We are in 10-year highs right now, and this needs to stop. We have to have more police officers, they have to be better paid, and we have to keep them here. If we want to reverse these trends, if we want to combat crime, we need law enforcement to stay here. So I ask you, if you have money that you can spend towards parks willy-nilly, then you can allocate these funds to law enforcement and you can reform their pay to a time and service and a time and grade, because they desperately need it. Thank you.
Mark Sokol. Is Mark here?
I think they marked him out, right? He's not coming.
Okay. Robert Blank.
I have only a minute, so I'm going to speak very fast. I appeared here before to oppose the NCDOT plan to create a freeway of Capitol Boulevard. I've done a great deal of research since that time, and there's no conclusion to come to other than the fact that the NCDOT plan to create a freeway of Capitol Boulevard is going not only in the wrong direction, but it violates the U.S. DOT Reconnecting Communities program that has been in place for a while, which has encouraged communities to replace freeways. In fact, 30-some cities so far in the United States have spent their planning dollars in recent years removing urban freeways and replacing them with boulevards. We have tried to get the attention of the committee, and that's it.
Hey, sir.
It's all there for you to read. And
Thank you.
For the media, I've got some information too.
We will get that and have that shared. James Horace.
Mayor, Council, I'm here representing several members of Oak Forest community on the issue of Pratt Industries' violation of the noise ordinance. So I've provided you with detailed information packet on the nature and the history of Pratt Industries, a privately held Australian company's callous disregard for the environment, its employees, and the citizens of the community. Those of us with property close to Pratt Industries know that the decibel level, which is consistently in the range of 63 to 67 decibels, as measured by your officers, puts them well above the average range allowed by the new ordinance, which would be 57 on the 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. site, and even worse at the nighttime. That they are in violation is not in question, especially during the quieter hours. The question is, why does your...
Sir, time is up. We can look at what you've left. I'm going to ask the city manager to have someone follow up with you on this. Okay, thank you. So speakers 7, can we move that up, please? Speakers 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I'm Hanadi Ali. I'm here again to ask you to stand with other cities and vote for a permanent ceasefire and stop arming Israel, because we're currently sitting at 16,479 Palestinian children killed. And Mayor, I know you have a soft spot in your heart for animals, so I really hope that this will have a soft spot for you as well. There's also animals being killed in Palestine too, and the nature is greatly affected by this massive weaponry being used in the land. 40,173 total Palestinians killed. 70% of those killed are women and children. 169 journalists and media persons killed, 207 United Nations workers killed, 92,857 Palestinians injured. Arwa Damon, a doctor with ANARA, said, "What you see with your eyes defies logic. If you're not going to listen to me, listen to the doctor. Please change your mind and vote ceasefire. Please."
Speakers 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Good afternoon. This is Mesa Soderi. After 10 months, you still cannot pronounce my name. It's deeply concerning and disgusting that 76 years Palestinians have lived under occupation, with Gaza enduring a blockade for 17 years. And yet, they're expected to remain passive. Equality and troubling that the situation here in our country, where former President Trump has threatened to deport citizens who speak against Israel, which is a foreign country. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris implies that dissent should be suppressive to avoid the resurgence of Trump for him not to win. In the light of those challenges, it's imperative that we support leaders who are committed meaningfully to change at home and abroad. Dr. Jill Stein and Dr. Ware of the Green Party offer a vision rooted in justice and peace. Their leadership is essential. Free Palestine.
Turn up, please. Thank you. Next, we have Jim, number 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, Speaker 11 is not here today for me. He could not be here, so please go.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jim Bealey. I'm a Raleigh resident and also the director of Wake County Hospitality Alliance. The Red Hat Amphitheater has played a vital role in building the vibrant life of downtown area by presenting memorable entertainment for the last 13 years. Red Hat has been a part of the downtown community, and it is the signature entertainment venue in Raleigh. The current season, Red Hat will host 50 concerts of well-known entertainers in the awesome setting of our downtown. Over 265,000 tickets have been sold, which indicates its success in filling thousands of hotel guest rooms, restaurant and brewery seats, along with providing an atmosphere for our community of fun, joy, and excitement. The current plan presented for the relocation of the amphitheater is to a parcel south of the present location, and it is the best option. The timing of this project to start in 2025 is critical for the future tourism plans of the city. I urge you to vote yes for the relocation plan.
Okay, Matthew Brown.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mr. Tony Howard of Raleigh Parking. He came to us and said, I see that you have no parking from 7 to 9 weekdays, and I see no reason for this, so I'm going to get rid of it. And we said, thank you very much, sir. And one more thing. The employees of the federal building park all along here all day because they don't want to walk to their own parking lot, and we have residents who have no off-street parking and small businesses that need parking. Can you help us? And he offered us a system of 2-hour parking without a resident permit. And he helped us through the petition process, and he sent it up here to council, and you all approved it. So soon our problems will all be over. Thank you, Mr. Howard, and thank you, council.
Speaker Chen. That's the biggest smile I've seen on your face in a long time, Matthew.
Hello, Council. Adam Eckhart, Crank Arm Brewing, downtown Raleigh. Crank Arm Brewing has been open for 11 years, and I hope we can be downtown for a while. Why I'm speaking to you today is to seek your support in moving forward with the plan that's already been approved, but just switching streets for Red Hat Amphitheater. As some of y'all may know, in the past few years, due to the pandemic, we see 9,000 less people in downtown Raleigh every day. We're lacking that foot traffic. We've made our investments here to try to better the community, to give people jobs, and make Raleigh a more vibrant place overall. So what we're asking from you is to do the same thing and make sure that we close South Street, unfortunately, put in the slip lane, honor the 4th Ward, do the things that we need to do to make sure that we're taking care of our community, but keeping Red Hat downtown so we can have a vibrant, thriving downtown, not a languishing tumbleweed village.
All right, then Speaker 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, if you could line up, please.
Ready?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Pam Blondin. I own Deco Raleigh, and I live downtown. Have done for 20 years. Red Hat Amphitheater is a proven successful attraction, and the permanent home is essential for the future of downtown. Many businesses like mine have been hanging on by a thread since COVID, and last year's safety issues and the PR problems that came along with it were a really tough hit for us. I can say to you categorically that were it not for venues like Red Hat, I would not still be in business. Our business on the nights of those 51 concerts is 30 to 50% higher than comparable nights in the 2-hour 5 to 7 time range. Red Hat Amphitheater is a literal lifeline for those of us who have worked tirelessly to build a unique and independent business community in downtown. I'm going to be honest, I'm really tired. Oh, I didn't get to say my moment. It's okay. Please vote yes. Thank you.
You can email it to us, Pam. Dave.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Dave Rose, CEO of Deep South Entertainment, a Raleigh-based music company and concert company since 1995. I'm here to highlight 3 key points about the Red Hat Amphitheater. Number 1, most concerts at Red Hat are part of a routed tour. It's important to understand, and to attract these tours, we must be competitive in both size and quality of our venue. The current plan ensures that is the case. Number 2, skipping a season is not an option. If we do, these tours will not return. Number 3, reducing Red Hat's size is not an option. Tours will simply move to a larger venue nearby, eliminating the vast majority of the ones we currently get. In summary, I support the proposal to relocate Red Hat and close South Street. I hope you will too. Thank you for your service and your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Courts, and for the past 20 plus years, I have been Raleigh's self-proclaimed champion for small local businesses. And I'm here today to stand up in unity with Raleigh's small local businesses to remind all of us of why they're one of the #1 stakeholders in downtown. These small family-owned businesses provide 4 unique powers that large national companies simply cannot. Simply by shopping local, you help create Raleigh's unique, charming character. There's a Star Something coffee on the entire planet, but there's only one Sir Walter coffee, soon to be 2, and they're right here in your backyard. Second, you get better goods and services when the owner is in the shop and you get direct communication. Third, simply by shopping local, you get a huge boost to the local economy because we keep local dollars local. And lastly, by shopping local, you get a more vibrant nonprofit community because local businesses partner with local nonprofits. Thank you.
Hate to change the theme. Larry Helfont. I'm here today because you have the RCAC on the agenda. While a discussion is appreciated, it is not being presented by a member of the RCAC. You will be reviewing a staff summary again today that was presented in April. However, this presentation was not composed with any CAC input. You approved several requests from the RCAC in February. To date, only 2 requests have been granted. Officially recognizing and restoring support for the Raleigh Citizens Advisory Council and CACs, returning them to their unique and historic role with the city, and free meeting space for monthly meetings in public community centers. While free access to technology and a meeting hosting platform were also approved, it has not come to fruition after 3 additional meetings with city staff. The RCAC and CACs look forward to establishing a workable partnership with council and staff in an atmosphere of trust and transparency that benefits both the city and its residents. But this won't happen until the request that was made at the retreat in January becomes a reality and gets a seat at the table. This means an open discussion with City Council and all relative departments. Thank you.
Okay, if I could ask Speaker 16, 17, 18, 19, and can we see Speaker 20, please? Come up. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rob Amersley, the GM of the new Tempo and Homewood Suites by Hilton on Davie Street. The proposed movement and expansion of the Red Hat will be a great draw of visitors, tourists, and locals to enjoy the Performance Center. Our leaders at Visit Raleigh, restaurateurs, hoteliers, and other local businesses will be able to better compete for larger conventions that have such a great economic impact. Currently, we're losing some of those opportunities to cities that have already improved and increased their capacities. Our hotel will add approximately 100 full-time jobs into Raleigh downtown. These will be permanent jobs with excellent wages and benefits for the citizens we hire. We want to sustain these jobs and add more of them. I urge you to support the proposal for the Red Hat Amphitheater to be moved and improved.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex LaFon. I'm a resident of 5433 Wade Park Boulevard in District D. Today, I'm going to be speaking in strong support of shutting down the 1 block of South Street between Dawson and McDowell to relocate the Red Hat Amphitheater. My position's simple. It's just beyond the amphitheater. If we don't shut down this 1 block of South Street, it could put hundreds, if not thousands, of potential current and future jobs at risk. Basically, sorry, first time speaking publicly. So basically, we want to make sure that our local downtown businesses are supported. We don't want to see them go away because they are part of a vibrant and thriving downtown. So yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ben Davis. I own property in downtown Raleigh and have been a Raleigh resident for over 27 years. I support keeping Red Hat Amphitheater in downtown Raleigh and voting yes on September 17th. While many today will speak of the economic impact, I want to talk politics. People love Red Hat Amphitheater. It's where my kids learned to ice skate. It's where many had their first date. and it's where many saw the greatest concert of their lives. Don't gaslight us into thinking there is a perfect plan. When it comes to government bureaucracy, the pursuit of perfection impedes progress. You will never make everyone happy. The vote is September 17th. Election day is 42 days after. For those of you who say you want to keep Red Hat in downtown Raleigh, prove it. Plan B is never a guarantee. Downtown Raleigh has serious problems, and we need serious people to help solve them. If the Red Hat plan fails, your constituents won't go to the ballot box thanking you for saving South Street. They will hold you responsible.
19?
I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, from working at Live Nation at Walnut Creek Amphitheater, House of Blues, and opening the DPAC in Durham. And now I have the privilege to be the executive director of the music nonprofit Band Together here in Raleigh. Band Together puts on the largest Southeast annual charitable concert. In over 10 years, we've called Red Hat Amphitheater our home. In the last decade, through our yearly concerts and community, we have supported over $9 million that goes back to our nonprofit impact partners. As I stated, I was on the ground floor bringing DPAC to life, and from the very beginning, I got to see firsthand how that facility completely transformed downtown Durham and is now thriving. Red Hat was created to help offset these losses from these national touring shows going to Durham and help bring more people back to downtown Raleigh. I cannot stress this enough. Red Hat Amphitheater is a focal point of downtown, and it's such an important piece of our community impact. Concerts with the health and survival of our local businesses, hotels, and restaurants. To take this crown jewel away would be catastrophic repercussions. It's my highest recommendation to keep this venue downtown. It will be a huge mistake if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 20?
Luke, put up number 7, please. Is that it? Yep. Nope, one more. There you go. I'm Jay Spain. You all know me. Is hindsight really 20/20? In 1977, Fayetteville Street was closed to create a pedestrian mall. We put the Civic Center in the middle of the road. It was a massive failure for residents, but especially businesses. Many closed or relocated to North Hills or Crabtree. It was a massive failure for residents, but especially businesses. In 2006, the Civic Center was demolished and Fayetteville Street reopened to traffic. It took a public process to fix bad planning. A new convention center was planned and built with public engagement, adding Red Hat Amphitheater in June 2010. Great input, great planning. Now, why do we want to close another street permanently? Transit will suffer greatly, but businesses will eventually suffer the most. A critical artery to downtown for the many thousands of new residents around Dix Park will be severed. Red Hat Amphitheater needs to stay downtown, but South Street must remain open.
Okay, if we could have the speaker list up. Next is Taylor Morgan, Danny Rosen, Frank Hayes, Nathaniel Dibble, and Carissa Kramer.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Morgan, and while I'm not a Raleigh resident, I am one of the many visitors who helped generate the $17.5 million in revenue Red Hat Amphitheater brought in last year. I'm here to urge you to support the closure of one block of South Street to allow Red Hat to expand to the size it needs. Red Hat isn't just a venue, it's a vital part of Raleigh's culture and economic landscape. But without this expansion, the amphitheater won't be able to attract the same level of top-tier artists. A smaller Red Hat simply won't work. If this one block isn't closed, Raleigh risks losing out to cities like Charlotte and Wilmington, and the local businesses that rely on event traffic will suffer. This is a small sacrifice with a massive payoff, ensuring Raleigh remains a destination for world-class entertainment and a thriving downtown. Please support the closure of South Street to secure Red Hat's future and Raleigh's platform on the cultural map. Thank you.
Thank you.
What Taylor said. My company, Brand Fuel, has moved downtown after 20 years of being in a stale office park in RTP. We moved downtown due to the allure of a vibrant and social downtown, and the amphitheater was a big driver. Taking the amphitheater away means you take away one of the main reasons my company just invested in a 5-year lease to stay downtown. I'm also co-founder of Band Together. Please imagine a sad future where Band Together moves its concerts from downtown to other Triangle venues. The positive impact to those we serve in our community would greatly decrease for those who are food insecure, struggle with mental health, and can't afford housing. And here's my dream: a future where a percentage of every Red Hat ticket sold went to local nonprofits. Our amphitheater would be the only community impact venue in the world. With every ticket sold, the city of Raleigh could proudly state that it would be investing back into areas of need. That's good marketing and goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Haynes?
Hello, my name is Frank Haynes. I live at South Boylan Avenue, and I wanted to make 3 points about the amphitheater. First of all, I support it in downtown, but I believe closing South Street is bad for the city and has unknown future impacts. The city should review all alternatives with public input. The amphitheater is vital for Raleigh, but the plan to close a block of South Street is being pushed through without public engagement, especially from those most impacted by this closure. Closing South Street impacts a walkable city, Chavis and Dix Park connection, and South Street businesses. Like Fayetteville Street, its closure has unknown impacts. Proposed mitigations are uncertain, costly, and incomplete. A full transit and traffic study is needed to account for thousands of new residents around Dix and downtown. In summary, this amphitheater needs to stay downtown, but closing South Street should be a last resort. The city should review relocation plans with clear objectives and involve all impacted Raleigh residents. Thank you.
Speaker 24. Is Nathaniel here? Okay. Carissa Kramer, Speaker 25.
Hello. My name is Carissa. I'm a bartender downtown, so I'm not sure you've had my perspective. I work for primarily Berkeley Cafe, which has already been in front of you before for different reasons. I also bartend at Red Hat and other businesses downtown. I work in District D primarily, and I live in District C. And I will tell you, it is not an exaggeration to tell you that you will literally kill a handful, if not very many, small businesses downtown. It is very much that simple. You will kill us. We get by those nights that we have the profit from Red Hat, go a long way in the nights that we just simply don't. Because summer, if you don't know, is a tough time for the service industry folks. People are on vacation and whatnot. Contrary to the other comments made, I feel like the council has done their due diligence. You have explored other options. And South Street, this small block, is not that big of an issue in terms of keeping something that is so vital to downtown. I feel like one of your main purposes as city council is to promote stable and positive change for the city, and I think this is the way to do it.
Thank you. Okay, next speakers, we could move the speaker list up. Speakers 26, 27, I guess 28 is not here, 29, 30. So Athena Woolen.
Hi, I'm Athena Wallen. I live on Brookside Drive. You've heard about my attempts to convince you that visibility is a form of equity. I am now going to tell you that there seems to be discrepancy within the operation of the Department of Transportation itself. The parking division has a different route to implement projects that is different than the rest of the department, in the vein that it doesn't have the same scope and pedestrian-minded objective, and it's inherently car-centric by nature. So if we could try to get the Department of Transportation to, coexist and intermingle with itself better, then maybe we won't have bike lanes continuously replaced by parked cars. And that, I guess, I have time. Thanks.
Okay, this is, Councilmember Branch.
We're actually going to have a conversation on Brookside Drive Thursday at 3 o'clock here in the chamber.
I'm going to be there.
Look forward to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Speaker 27.
Hi, my name is Rusty Sutton. My husband and I own the Green Monkey at 215 South Wilmington Street in District C. I've had the privilege of meeting with other small businesses in downtown Raleigh over several weeks. I've learned we all have a common struggle. We are just managing to stay afloat. Lower foot traffic due to safety concerns and parking misconceptions. Now we are facing the possibility of losing one of our bright spots, Red Hat Amphitheater. The City Council, small business, and citizens must unite to save our amphitheater. Council members, I implore you to stand with the majority of businesses and citizens in the decision to keep the Red Hat Amphitheater in downtown Raleigh. It's a driver of foot traffic, a booster of sales, and a supporter of local jobs. Its removal would only make the task of revitalizing our downtown more daunting. Your vote. Thank you. Please,
Thank you.
yes.
Justin Cates? He's not here. Okay. Rick French?
Good afternoon. My name is Rick French. I am Chairman and CEO of French West Vaughan in downtown Raleigh. We're one of the larger employers downtown. I am also Chairman of the Board of City Club Raleigh, so I'm speaking on behalf of both organizations here. Our Board of City Club Raleigh, which represents over 20 business leaders in the community, has asked me to express to you that they are strongly in favor of a plan to keep Red Hat downtown, and whatever that may take. I can also say to you that as a downtown employer who has dealt with safety issues related to my headquarters building, which is adjoined to the bus station, foot traffic downtown is critical for our safety. On the nights in which there is not much going on in downtown Raleigh, we have more incidents of attempted B&Es and vandalism. On the nights where there are over 100 and some programmed events, whether it's concerts or the ice rink, we have fewer problems.
Thank you. Jennifer Martin? And then Joseph Hatch next, please.
Councilors, we've heard from many today on why Red Hat Amphitheater is important to Raleigh and specifically downtown Raleigh. We also know that many of you spent a great deal of your time off in July talking to business owners and residents about this project, and it was presented to you right before your break, but that's another matter. We also know that many of you have been placed in an unfair position between business and residents and on an issue during election season, to which we all want to say thank you for all the time you are taking to talk to business and residents about this important economic issue, and one that has also been made political. With Red Hat Amphitheater being a multi-million-dollar positive economic revenue producer for the city of Raleigh, employees over 100 people, and spurs millions into spending to downtown residents, retail bars, hotel, and other venues, we all know the amphitheater belongs in downtown Raleigh. This is a big project and one that needs to be done right, needs to be done well, and most of all, needs to be done in downtown Raleigh. Our downtown businesses community is depending on this, and our community as a whole needs a vibrant downtown, and we need to be doing everything we can to get people back downtown. Thank you.
Is Joseph Hatch here?
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Hatch. I'm co-owner of Woody's at City Market. Been downtown for 22 years. To say that the last 4 since COVID and the riots have been difficult would be an understatement. I support closing South Street for the 1 block to keep Red Hat moved to the new area, expand it to keep people coming in. I guess that's it. You know, I want Red Hat downtown, but in order to have the proper Red Hat downtown, that 1 section of South Street does need to be closed. I haven't agreed with everything City Council has done over the years, but I believe they've always done it in the interest of the majority of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for coming out today. We're going to continue our meeting, but if you would like to, all of you who signed up to speak, if you'd like to depart, you can, but we also have a presentation coming up on Red Hat. You might want to stay. So with that said, I am going to go to report of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon. The Planning Commission has not met since you last met, and I have no items to report.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to special items. The first is the Raleigh Community Advisory Council. It's Tansy.
Hi, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a very brief update for today. So just as a way of a background, the City Council early last year and into the spring took some actions related to the restoration of city support to citizen advisory councils. So again, you discussed this at your council retreat at a high level to try to develop a framework. There was a formal motion made in February that gave some broad framework, and then a further discussion in March that asked city staff to come back with some specific information to support the council as it identified its direction to staff to support CACs. So this is a framework that you've seen before that was presented at that retreat that created the infrastructure for both the engagement network and the Raleigh neighborhood registry. You see here reflected the direction that's been given by the council to date with regard to support to CACs. So in April, we did provide a staff report that fleshed out the potential resource impacts and potential models to act on the feedback that you had provided prior to that. At that time, the City Council did refine its direction in terms of meeting sites for CACs and gave direction to provide 10 free rentals to citizen advisory councils at 15 designated sites. With regard to the rest of the items in that presentation for direction, there was a request from the City Council at that time to begin a dialogue with the RCAC to get additional feedback about the preferred structure for the RCAC and CACs going forward, and to have some additional discussion about those other elements of support like technology and site locations, other kinds of consideration. Since that time, and I will say there's a slight typo on this that we discovered, there have been meetings on April 30th, June 6th, July 18th, and then August 8th. The RCAC has been an active participant. There are members here of the RCAC leadership team if there are questions or feedback that are sought from the RCAC. The RCAC did report at our August meeting that they have begun some additional outreach to CACs and have asked for CACs to get feedback back to the RCAC leadership by the end of September. They're hoping that that will help inform the RCAC to make some recommendations to the council by the end of the year. Since that meeting, it's possible that the RCAC has been able to refine that timeline. They did request in August that staff follow up with a memo just to make sure that all members of the RCAC and CACs were clear on key contacts with city instructions in terms of existing support, and they also asked for some election season guidance. Staff are collaborating on those requests, and we'll get a follow-up memo to the RCAC for distribution to the CACs just as soon as possible. At the August meeting, the RCAC did request one item that is before you today, and they have asked that the City Council officially designate a council liaison to the RCAC, similar to your practice with other city boards, committees, commissions, or other community-based organizations. So the rest of the presentation today is meant to just be informational for you, but this is the one action item. And I'm available for questions, and I believe Robert Rice is here to represent the RCAC as well.
Councilmember Jones.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really want to center my comments to CACs, and I really want to thank you guys for the ongoing communication. We established in April that we wanted you to be part of the conversation and have a seat at the table, and we've done that. We've done that on monthly, which Tansy was able to review. We've met with the leadership committee that was designated by you guys, and you've done an amazing job at showing up and helping us understand what your needs are. We've put in place some possible options for you, and sometimes that takes time. You know, as we have discussed, and I completely understand, it does need to go through the whole organization and get that feedback. I did come to your June RCAC meeting to help spell this out and help answer any questions that are possible, and I'm always available for that. So for your leadership in coming and meeting us halfway, I really, really do appreciate your time. I would ask the chair, Robert Rice, if you could just come up and share a few words about that process and how you felt the communication has been.
Hello. This is a weird microphone. The process has been pretty good. The communications have been open. Obviously, Christina, you've been at the meetings. We're open and excited about the communication. I think some of the concerns we have is that there's still it's a little slow going in terms of the process. When there's a few things that we've maybe looked for or asked about in terms of like getting some things back up on the website or the city website or other things related to some of the technology. And while we've been able to have those communications, I think that the issue that we're having is there's still some lack of infrastructure, which is what we're trying to work out and kind of talk through. And this is it's not necessarily a simple or easy thing. It takes a little bit of time to do. And we're very appreciative of the effort and the partnership there. But this gets right back to what our request is, that without having allocated city staff or resources for us to connect with or walk through these things or make requests of, we're kind of in a limbo space. But having a designated liaison that we can communicate with directly on an ongoing basis with the city council, I think will facilitate that, get a lot of things moving forward much quicker, and also help us make decisions and things on our end, so we know how to interact with the city staff and the city council better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that sounds great. Sorry.
Councilmember Branch.
Thank you. Just a quick question. We receive a lot of emails concerning CACs and things that are needed. My question is, are you the voice? Are you the spokesperson for the RCAC? Like, if one of us have a question, who do we go to? Because we have different people that email us and say things, and I want to know, who should we go to?
Yeah, that was one other issue that we've been kind of sorting through. So the way we're structured, you have the RCAC, the Raleigh Citizen Advisory Council. That is the overriding body, and that is composed of the chairs and the leadership of all the individual CAC chapters. So from a communications perspective, it would be the RCAC. I'm currently the chair of the RCAC, and we obviously have vice chairs and that. So you would direct those communications to me, unless it was something specific to a CAC like in your district that is related to that. But in terms of overall CAC stuff, the flow of communication should be between the council and the RCAC leadership.
Okay.
Right. And just to clarify on that point, I think what the request here is, instead of 8 different people having to talk to Robert and him going through it all over again, having that liaison would create that, okay, whoever that person is, then we talk to them, and then that person talks to CAC, and vice versa. That if there are issues in CACs, if Northwest has a question or whatnot, it wouldn't come directly to council, it would go to you to then come to the council liaison, so that there's that funnel of information instead of there being 10 different questions to different councils.
Right, and that'll also help provide direction too in terms of who needs to talk to who for what sort of issue. Right now, everybody's emailing everybody else. There's not a lot of clarity on the communication side. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for I'm so sorry. Did anyone else have any thoughts or questions before I just wanted to say, again, thank you for your leadership, and I really appreciate Tansy, you also being there. I do want to say for this liaison role, I've been acting kind of this interim person for the last 4 months. It's been my history for the last 5-7 years with CAC, so I would love, if this is something that the council is interested in doing, to be considered for that liaison, but I'm totally open to somebody else wanting to take the reins. I think anything is appreciated within CAC leadership. Any thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I do have a question about this. The one thing, what I'm familiar with council liaisons is it's our city boards and commissions or certain nonprofits that exist, such as Downtown Raleigh Alliance and Hillsboro Street Services Corporation, I guess the Blue Ridge Road Corridor, are 3 that I can think of. This kind of changes precedent. Is that correct?
It would be similar to like the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance is not a formal nonprofit.
Okay.
Or I believe they are, but they're independent of the city. Sister Cities is another independent organization of the city that coordinates with the city, and I think has a
Are they
liaison.
501c3s?
I believe many probably are.
I know Sister Cities is.
Sister Cities, I believe, is, and I believe that the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance is as well, and that is one of the long-term models that is being considered by the RCAC as well.
Okay. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's work on this, and at the appropriate time, I think it makes sense and is appropriate for Councilmember Jones to continue. She's acting as sort of the ad hoc liaison right now, and seems right to formalize it, so happy to make that motion at the appropriate time.
Mayor appoints the liaison, so, okay. So we will, if somebody wants to make a motion, we can bring this back for consideration at the next meeting with the, whoever is named.
So a motion to authorize a liaison being appointed?
Yes.
Okay, I'm supportive. I'll make the motion unless someone else wants to. So
Okay.
moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Black. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. If we could, we'll bring that back to the next meeting. Okay, now for what people have been waiting for, the Red Hat Amphitheater relocation. We have Carrie Painter from the Convention Performing Arts Center, Kenneth Ritchie from Transportation, and Ralph Recchi from Planning and Development here with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Obviously, this is a subject of great community interest. And before I turn the podium over to Carrie to run you through the presentation, which I will admit is rather lengthy, but I think necessarily so, just want to kind of set the stage for what you're going to hear and what you're going to see in the presentation. So, and the ask that ultimately is at the end. So the intent of this is to provide some history in terms of how the project has advanced to this stage, some deep dives into some timelines around communication internally with community partners and others. We will also spend a lot of time talking through the design concepts that have been considered as part of the process, some of which have been shared publicly. We'll talk very intentionally about the way and the manner in which we arrived at this particular position, where this one option is what we were left with. And then we will ultimately share also some details about the venue, some of the history, some of the impact that has been spoken to by some others. And then finally, the ask will be 3 parts if you see fit to advance this conversation, advance the project. The first of those asks will be to establish a public hearing. The staff proposal is for September 17th to consider the closure of the particular right-of-way along South Street. The second of those asks will be to begin and initiate a process to amend our comprehensive plan to reflect potential right-of-way abandonment on South Street. And the third item will be to authorize staff to enter into a purchase agreement for some property that's adjacent to South Street that's currently owned by NCDOT that would be necessary to complete the footprint for the proposed project. So with that context, I will turn the floor over to Carrie Painter with the Convention Center.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Painter, Director of the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. In the spirit of theater, Councilperson Jones, I'm going to say we're going to start at the beginning because there's no better place to start. And so let's go back to 2018. The CVB hired JLL to do a destination study. And the purpose of this was to determine how do we get more people in several veins, in tourism, in sports, in conventions, and conferences. And they spent a long time and they did a lot of work, and they came back with some really great concrete steps, which we believe we've worked our way through. The first was booking priorities. I've been up here before and spoke with you. We've really pivoted how we book the convention center. We've gone from very big pieces of business down to smaller pieces of business, and that allows us to fill it and optimize the spaces and the dates available. Thus, the conversation we're at now with moving and expanding. They talked to us about a hotel because it really is a three-legged stool here, and then the expansion of the space. In 2019, the City Council authorized us to buy the adjoining piece of land. And this is the land that we knew would determine part of this complex development and how it would play into it. We weren't quite sure yet, but we knew that was the land next to us and we were really going to need it. So we purchased it in 2019. This is known as the gravel lot we talk about all the time, but that's where we are going to talk about putting this amp. In 2023, past that dreaded P word, we all saw tourism die, we saw the downtown struggle, we saw things come back and things flow again, and we were delighted by that, but we didn't want to just say, hey, 2018 made sense to us, and 2019, let's relook. So we brought JLL back. They did go back through and they determined that we had been doing a really great job at moving those steps to get us to the place of optimization and expansion needs. And things had not changed. Things were still needed. And in fact, Raleigh was doing a little bit better than we ever predicted on the timeline. So that took us to 23 when the Intralocal Fund opened up. And that is a very long process, I remind you, because it was probably the first time you all went through it. And it is a series of stakeholders meetings. I did 4 official stakeholder presentations. And those stakeholders are all parties that are part of this fund. They help create this fund. They help create the entities that collect it and use it and help it grow, from hotels and restaurants all around the county, not just in Raleigh. We spent a long time. We talked about it. We did presentations. We created a rendering. We decided how could this look should we get the money. And we all presented our pitches to these stakeholders multiple times in large groups of people. I guess I have to use the enter. So in August, we brought the final ILA, or interlocal agreement, to both City Council and Wake Commission. We had come to terms. We supported large investments, they being the Raleigh Convention Center, the Amphitheater move, the hotel, which was necessary for the stool we talked about at the beginning, as well as the Canes Arena, because it is also a big driver, and so is Carey Sports. So all of those were funded out of this fund. We brought it to you. You all voted. We showed our renderings one more time, and we were delighted and left. In September, you approved the Omni Hotel as our choice hotel, and that has been flowing forward in development since. That was a promise that we made that had multiple prongs to it. We wanted to make sure that the hotel community didn't get a new, very large convention hotel without more business. because then it wouldn't be fair to the other hoteliers playing in the same sandbox. So part of that stool is the convention center. Having the expansion brings in more bodies, brings in more business, makes more hotel rooms, helps all of boats rise and all of the hotels fill. So there is a timing factor to that. That's pretty important. That was a promise we made, that we would do everything we could to make sure that convention center comes on the heels as soon as possible to the hotel. And in order to have any of this happen, the AMP has to move. It is in the land that we need to do this to keep the dominoes moving. In January, we brought to you our design choices from the RFQs, and you approved them. And then in April, we brought you the construction manager at risk, which also got approved. Now, construction manager at risk is a different way of building. Their job is to help us price, but discreetly price. Go down into the details and ask over and over, what is that wall made of? What is the fabric? What are we looking at? So that they can really get an idea what this is going to cost in reality, not a vision, not a concept, but in reality. And then they build to that budget. And they're held to that budget. So it's a very important budget because they are going to commit to do it and deliver us a product. So how's it been shared? Well, we did a lot of talking, some of it not quite so public for some, but public for others at the very beginning. We started this design, remember, we hired them in January. By February, we were having conversations with our immediate neighbors who this would have an impact with, and with the projects that were going on down in the southern area of the Gateway. So we did meet with Heritage Park. We had phone calls. We met with Capitol Square developers. We talked about their retail space on the first floor and how could we work together, because I had begged them to make a restaurant that could hold some of our bigger groups like volleyball, and they were excited to tell us what their plans were. So we were having those conversations. And by February, we started the Southern Gateway Stakeholders Meeting. It was created with all the folks who have a different project going on at the same time, but similarly it intertwines with us. So the strollways and the Heritage Walk and the Heritage Park developers, all of these groups came in and started meeting on these calls with us. By May, the community stakeholders meeting happened, and we included neighborhood residents, strollway advocates, and community representatives. I'll talk a little more about that in a minute. And then by June, we brought it to you, to the city's city council work session. So let's talk about how it's been shared. We did July have Saturday on South Street. Several hundred people came, and we had lots of city departments present so that everybody could ask all the questions that they wanted, from transportation to mobility to Heritage Walk to us. And they asked questions, they looked at maps, they voted on ways they wanted to see things. It was a very engaging afternoon. By August last week, we had 2 pop-ups in Heritage Park. I have since presented to the DRA, CVB, and RCPAC boards so that all of those stakeholders can then take it to their people and their members. We will be at Live After 5 on Fayetteville next week, and we will continue on because this is obviously an ongoing process straight through. Saturday on South Street was really great, and I oddly enjoyed myself with some of these debates. Now, I admit I was on the debate team. I know that's nerdy, but I loved it. And I loved to tackle back and forth. And some of the citizens showed up, one gentleman in particular who had investigated all the amps, and he knew their totals and their cities, and we talked about it. We talked about why the seats matter and why this one's more successful than that one, and we shared our love of Red Rocks together. And it was a really great day, and it was fun and it was engaging. Others just wanted to ask questions, and some weren't interested in the amp as much as they were other things like mobility and strollway, and so that was great. We provided all of that for them. Heritage Park, we were out there, the community van, they loaned us the community van, and we did a little pop-up and gave a chance to speak to some of the residents. And we were excited for that, because if 2 know a little more, then they'll tell 4, and that's a chance to sort of move through that neighborhood that was our neighborhood. So we were pleased about that. This is our website. Just so that everyone watching from home knows, there is a relocation link on the Red Hat Amphitheater website. It has a lot of Q&A, It has different documents. It has designs. It will continue to update as people ask us questions and we think, oh, I didn't realize that was a question. We add it in and we try to get you answers. So we just want everyone to know this is a resource now and going forward, and someday we hope we'll hold a construction camera and a live view of everything happening. So let's talk about the economic and community impact. You've heard a lot today about what this AMP does, and I want to help put some pictures to it and some numbers to bring it into perspective. This was last season 23. Now seasons have tended to be a little up and down, you'll see that. This was more down than usual because when we came out of the pandemic, everybody wanted to be on tour. Concerts were overflowing. They were on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, which is kind of unheard of, but they all wanted to get back on the road. So we were lucky and we were happy. But 23 sort of settled down a little bit, and now we're back to a bit more stabilized season. We had 143,749 feet on the downtown streets last year in a slow season. That's a lot of folks down there walking around, discovering what there is to offer, eating, drinking, etc. This year, we already have sold 265,000 tickets. We're still selling, we're still in season, but I've been asked frequently, where are you now? So I wanted to give you just a little bit of insight where we are now. And in that little bit lesser season, we had 65,000 overnight stays. This is, to me, a beautiful and surprising number. People don't realize how fanatical fans can be about concerts or how much the love of music means to families, to people, to those who just are really crazed about it. And they will come and stay, and they will travel, and they will follow bands. And I was just delighted to see that 65,000 people spent the night, because that really does add the vibrancy, and that fills that obligation we have with the interlocal to take this money and use it to continue to fill the pot so that we can continue to do the tourism attractions. This is a little bit of a record. I went back and looked just for some fun. Our first season had 10 concerts. And so we've come a long way from the sort of third-hand trailers on a piece of land as a thought to today what we know as a really wonderful favorite boutique amp. This year we have 51 concerts. It is absolutely our record. And none of this includes the 8 to 10 weeks that we have an ice rink and also bring in people for that. But these are the actual concerts. And we punch above our weight. I am so delighted some of the things that come through this amp that just astound us. We had Lizzo when Lizzo was leaving us and heading to stadiums, but we had that contract signed and she came and she did it, and seeing her with 5,900 people is extraordinary. Last Friday we had Tate McRae, and this next week is going to Madison Square Gardens. So we had her in our little amp, and now she's headed to the Gardens. Chappell Roan performed in Chicago last month for the music festival for 101,000 people. We are totally punching above our weight, but we get the artists here, and they love it, and they come and they perform. And it is a functioning, beautiful amp that's making Raleigh a stop. It's a must play, and that's really exciting for us. We never want to lose that. So here's that economic impact you've heard people talk about. These are from visitors outside Wake County. So this is, we said there was 143,000 feet on the street, right? But these are the impact of the people who spent the night or from outside the county. And that slower year was 17.5. So we decided to do a little math. Where are we now? Just because we've been asked, where are we now? So we took the tickets that have been sold only by the Live Nation concert. So there's still some other concerts, one of them being Band Together that we talked about, and a couple others, so they're not in this math. And we still are already showing $27.48 million economic impact. We're really proud of that. That meant people ate, people spent money, people went to the stores, people bought souvenirs and slept over. So this amp does drive a difference, and it does help with our interlocal commitment and overnight stays at the hotels. We also do some really great charity work. Good things come out of this venue. We have some bands that come and pour beer, and they're super excited. This woman has done it every year. It's her daughter's last year, and she didn't hesitate to tell me she is done when her daughter graduates. But she's been coming. She does every venue. She's just so excited. Her daughter's trip is paid for with the band, and they're going to Disney. But they did this because they came and helped us out, and we in turn helped them. This is that band together conversation that we had earlier. They've made $9 million having this concert in our amp. That is something to be so incredibly proud of. And I watched them present this check last year, and I just couldn't say enough about what a difference $1 million in a night can make, because two people are so dedicated to lead this huge group of volunteers. This is, my staff gets teary when they tell you this story. This is our wonderful bike moment. We collected money for bikes at the AMP in the rink at Christmas time. And we had a school, and they were going to run a contest. And so these kids, this class assembly came in, and these kids thought one of them had won a bike. One of them had, I think, written an essay to deserve this bike. And the one got the bike. And then the drapes opened, and they all got a bike. And they all got a bike because of the work we had done at the rink. We do a lot of wonderful community things that not everybody sees. The tickets are low cost on purpose. We try to, as you heard earlier, have someone learn to skate in this amp. I mean, it's a wonderful experience. We've sent food to the food bank and Note in Pockets, Triangle Sports, Spokes Group. The kids can have a private event every year with children with cancer. We close it down and let them have their own safe space with their families so that they can have a moment. Live Nation does amazing things that sometimes people don't see, but it is just part of who they are. And before we opened, they and their team went out and collect trash for blocks and blocks around our venue and cleaned up the neighborhoods because it's their neighborhood and they're proud of it. And they do the Great Raleigh cleanup every night to recycle, and they make sure there's always discount tickets for vets. So it is something I don't want to overlook because it does make a difference. And yes, I'm still talking about dollars, but they're different dollars. They're dollars that touch everybody who lives here as well as those that are the businesses. These are some thoughts that we have already offered or we're kicking around for going forward once we have our new venue. We did talk to the neighbors about perhaps a city-sponsored block party because it'd be great for them to have a day in the AMP on their own and some of their kids could skate. Live Nation is absolutely committed to talking more directly to the people who live behind us or next to us. They always do job fairs and they are a living wage employer, so it's a wonderful opportunity. And so there are lots of things that we can do and we are committed to do because this is in our downtown and our neighborhoods. So let's talk about the venue design. I woke up this morning thinking that this is kind of like when you have the math answer at school, but you didn't get full points because you didn't show your work. So today I'm going to show my work because the truth is this is a math problem. This is a problem about footage and dollars and seats and fitting it all together. And so we're going to show you some of the work that's happened. But I want to start with what does our AMP need? We need 6,000 seats. I have had lots of people ask me why. It is not an arbitrary number. We are already there, 59,995 seats. And so being smaller takes us out of the running for many of the acts that we get. We chatted earlier about punching above our weight. But if an artist can do 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 seats, then why would they come and do 3,000? Why would they not let their math work? They have to make money. They have to keep the tour afloat. And at the same time, it's not fun to be in an amp that's too big by moving them to Walnut Creek. People say, well, why don't you just move them there? Well, then there's 12,000 empty seats. And so 6,000 is a really great niche that we don't have in this market. We have 2,250 seats at the theater. Somebody challenged me last week, why aren't we doing 2,000 seats? Well, because I have a theater, and they bring a lot of those concerts and shows there already. So this is the niche that's not filled, and it's the niche for the artists that we get that we are so thrilled to have. The budget is $40 million. 32.5 comes from that interlocal fund, and 7.5 is from our own reserves so that we could get to 40. The artists, they need their space. They have to eat, they have to change, they need dressing rooms. These are just non-negotiables, or how can we get a show on the stage? And then the front of house matters enormously. Restrooms are they're just non-negotiable. You have to have the right number to build a building, right? And you have to be able to safely egress them. It's an outside venue. So I promise you, more than once, we're going to evacuate that amp in a summer, and then we're going to bring them back, and we need to be able to do that safely. We need wide enough plazas, we need aisles, et cetera. And then food and beverage, we have to have an industry standard of food and beverage. People are coming expecting to be able to get a bottle of water or whatever other beverage of their choice. I hear you giggling. So this is our checklist. We're going to weigh it against the other things so that we can see what did and didn't work along that way. You've seen this floated. As a matter of fact, ironically, it was up on the screen today. This is a bid concept. This was presented by one of the architects who was bidding on the job. It's a concept. So when an architect comes to you to try to win the job, they bring their book of work, all the beautiful work that they've done that is similar to what you're building. So they're not going to come show us libraries. They're going to come show us convention centers and amps. This is what we've done. This is what they've looked like. And then they're going to say, knowing what you want to build, here are some cool, wonderful ideas that we could explore. It's a creative expression. It's a wonderful idea. They do not, at that point, start vetting it. They do not start discreetly pricing it. They are bringing you possibilities that if they get the job, you will then spend time together working on, right? And we talked about what that CMAR does, so at some point that will step in. So this mock-up concept that you've seen floated, these are the things missing if you really spend a little time looking at it. It has no bathrooms. It has one concession stand, no cross aisles, and no seats on the main floor, which could be a very cool creative idea if we want to explore it. But at the moment, there's no aisles on that floor, and there's no ADA accessibility that I could see, and the artist space is missing. So there's a lot of things missing, but it did fit on the plot of land, and it was a wonderful creative idea. I'm not trying to discredit the architect. They did exactly what they should do. They showed up with wonderful thoughts that we would then develop. But to float that as a concept that is assumed to be vetted and done, it's missing so very much that we tried to vet in our own experience. So we did. We did a multi-tier. It's kind of the obvious answer. We know that. You all know that too. You've said it to me. So we tried to do something that was multi-tier. Now there is the discussion, do you want an amp that's a little more like a baseball field? How many levels do you want to sit at before you've lost that lovely amp feel? But just for the sake of fitting it, we did try. This had 7,200 seats. Our dream was more seats for sure, but it wasn't a must. And so this started with 7,200. It was one of the things we started with first. It did close South Street, I will tell you, even with this elevation. That's how we fit everything in. And when we got to it and priced it, it was $90 million. Our budget is 40. This is more than double. So we didn't continue down that path because every time you proceed to delve further into a diagram or an idea or a study, it costs more money and architect time and effort. And we were already over budget before we started delving into details. So we said, okay, how do we get a middle ground here? So we dropped to 7,000 seats. This is not a great elevation, so I do have this second one here to show you. We had SEM elevation. So we elevated back a house, we elevated out in what is traditionally known as the lawn. The lawn went away and we made it stack. And so this was a little more interesting, and it still came in at 67 million. So that again was over South Street and beyond our cost. And we had not yet started to detail in the designs. They typically do not go down, they go up once you start digging in and adding all the necessities. So concept 3 is, again, back to that theme of start where you began. When we put out the renderings for the interlocal, we had the amp sitting over Lenore. You may or may not remember, but that amp was in a street. It was just in Lenore Street, which is a little bit different. And so we said, okay, let's look at that. Let's go back to where we started. Let's not elevate. Let's fit it in our plot of land and Lenore and see how that works. Well, it ended up at somewhere in the area of 4,500 seats. So we'd already lost the seats we needed. And we still couldn't really say that it had operational viability. It didn't have enough plaza space for safe evacuations. The backstage was a little bit crunched. It didn't really meet the requirements we needed, and it definitely didn't meet the size of seats. So then we were back to, what is the alternative? And the alternative became South Street. It closes South Street and it gets us 6,265. We're still zhuzhing it. That's my professional design word. We're still wiggling it back and forth. And I'll tell you that we've spent a lot of time wiggling this amp. We have turned it, we have angled it, we have made it straight. There was a period of time when I said, okay, let's throw it all out the window and let's swap the buildings. And so then we looked at, do we put the convention center on this? If you look at the sizes of these squares, this amp is sitting on 4 acres and we're trying to put it on 1. It's clearly 10 pounds of potatoes in a 1-pound bag. And it's a struggle. Now, did somebody like Seattle put a convention center on 1 block? Yes, but it's $2 billion. And so, there are limits, again, in all parameters. So we put it back where it started, convention center there, amp here. We pivoted it. We managed to make it fit. And it does meet where we need to be with all the checklists. It gets us size, it gets us budget, artists, and safety. It also had a beautiful other plus. We did a sound study because we've been asked about sound, and we know we are in an urban area and a neighborhood, and we've got a foot in each side, so how do we be considerate about that? Well, the new amp, it turns out, will be less loud than the amp we have already. And why? Well, because right now we have drapes. Instead, we're going to have 3 solid walls, and 3 solid walls are going to help focus the sound where it belongs. And we'll have acoustic treatments on that stage, on those walls, so that will help the sound from bouncing around its own walls and direct it out to the guests. It will also have a closer last row than we do now. It's not as spread out. And so being closer means the sound can be more effective by being a little lower. And so that's a win. So what we're thrilled about is we really can say the direction that it's aimed will not affect either convention center, will help the neighbors better than it is already, and will get us the sound we need for people to enjoy. Now here's the magic piece we kind of haven't touched on. This South Street, as you can see, is not at the edge of the amp. It's a good chunk in. And what makes this really work is that triangle on the bottom. That triangle belongs to NCDOT. And that's part of the request we have for you today to allow us to buy it. And just so you know, we're not bringing something to you unbaked. They have agreed to sell it, so that's good. We know that. And when we parcel that together with South Street, now we can fit an amp that does what we need. And it gets us the seats, and it helps the artists, and it makes it safe. So we've talked a lot about how can we consider trying to reconnect. This is the connector concept. You've heard of it called a slip lane, but a slip lane assumes that it's only cars, and we're not concerned about only cars. We're concerned about people on bicycles, and we're concerned about walking families and kids and scooters and, baby strollers. And so this is a connector. This has been the brainchild of our transportation department. We are very grateful for that. And they have spent some really committed time with NCDOT talking about this and helping them understand how important this is to our community, how much we really want to see how to make this work. They have responded favorably in our preliminary discussions, but it is a process. So we want you to know our commitment is ongoing pressure to try to make sure that this works, because we think it's a great extra solution for our community, as opposed to taking Lenore, if that's your choice. So let's talk about that connectivity, because it is important. It is big, and we know that there's a strollway out there that we are waiting to get started. So the strollway is created to go from Dix Park to Chavis Park. And this is a little bit of a diagram of how it might flow. I don't see the world well in maps, so I'm going to give you some pictures, because to me that's better. So this shows that if we close this 1 block of South Street, the strollway would come up Dawson, across Lenore, and then it would continue up if you wish to go that way, or south, and you can continue straight through and end up on Wilmington and end up at Shaw, or continue on to Chavis, whatever your direction is. This leaves a lot of wonderful options. What's beautiful about this is it's also the beginning of the strollway. It's getting it actually started. And we will be spending somewhere approximately $1.1 million for our portion of the strollway. And the whole budget is 1.5. So that makes almost double the strollway budget. Now, these are ideas about our architects. I am in no way saying this is how the strollway needs to look. I don't know how it's supposed to look. And I'm not sure anyone as a group can tell you how it's supposed to look. So that work is to come. We need those groups and those invested people to come and talk about how they vision it. But we tried to vision it just to give you the idea. So our architects vision this, soft curbs, very wide sidewalks. We accounted for the trees you need to have, all the things you need. I particularly love the fence along the bottom because I think if you're walking against traffic on Dawson, a little bit of a railing is a really nice, safe thing. So we imagined it as best we could. We just want to clearly say it's not yet designed, but it will be part of the project's budget. And so that's a real win because from there you can travel either direction and continue on and show that we're really begun and we're really committed to it because it's an exciting prospect to walk from park to park. This is that corner that I was just showing you. This is how it looks now. And this is how we imagined it could look. This is Lenore. This is the street between our two venues, and that's Capitol Square at the end. We're excited about. We've been watching it get built for a couple years now. And so we imagined what that could look like. Amp on the left, Convention Center on the right, soft curbs, traveling through, a real safe feeling, but yet still a connector across town. This is the back of the Amp. This is South Street, where we are talking about closing what is technically half a block just to the bridge. I've spent a lot of time getting NCRR to answer me and has agreed that I can figure out how to get this painted. So we're working on that and we want to make it prettier. And we also in this front left corner have committed that because it is there and it is on our new strollway, we want to build a little pocket park, a place to pause, a place that can hold whatever we want message to deliver. Perhaps it's part of that heritage walk. Perhaps it's just a place to pause with your dog. But it will become part of this project as well. And then what this is the back way into our Amp. And that's a beautiful thing because right now to load the Amp with cars, you come in the convention center driveway. And so one driveway right now is loading the Marriott, the convention center, and the Amp. Our artists will be leaving their dressing room and we will say, wait, hold it. And we will have a car pass through for the arts and crafts show or a boat for the boat show. And then we'll say, okay, you can go eat now. So that's all going to go away, which is a beautiful thing. We can load from the back here. The artists have their own entrance. There's less traffic on Lenore now because it is open and it's no longer going to close to load any of these. So that's a beautiful thing. This is that rendering one more time. Again, it's still a little bit rendering, so it could change some. We meet twice a week working on this, trying to get it into budget or high or low or how it fits. But right now, this is the concept we're working on. And here it is from the back, just to show you one more time where that South Street fits. So the project timeline, I understand. Sometimes things jiggle here and there and they slip, but we are determined to continue on to our commitments of what we made for this entire three-legged stool because it's really important. It's a domino effect if we pause. If we do not get the Amp rebuilt, we risk losing a concert season. 51 concerts that don't play is a lot of impact. We've already seen we're already at 27.5 million impact and we're half a season through with 22 concerts to go. So it's a big impact. We don't want to let that happen. That's part of the speed of this Amp. It's like Canes building between their hockey seasons. You have a window and you got to jump on it. That's our jump. So we want to make sure that when we're between seasons, the last bits jump over and then the concert goes up and then we can move to the convention center. And then that is part of the promise we made to the hoteliers because the Omni is continuing on also and it's tucked in the middle of these two projects. Together, it's a beautiful complex and we're prepared to welcome all those people that we want to bring in. We will continue to deal with the strollway and have conversations and charrettes and whatever else it takes. That does not stop us from moving forward. So today, there are 3 actions. You've seen them in your agenda. Evan Raleigh presented them to you at the beginning of this, and they are listed here that we are asking you to consider. And I am open to any questions anyone might have. Thank you for letting me start at the beginning.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else presenting?
No, ma'am.
Because I saw 3 names here. Okay.
They're
I guess
here
they're
for
here
your
to
questions.
answer questions. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
I can kick it off. Hi, thanks
Hi.
for that. That was a good and long presentation, full of important details. I have several questions. Do you know off the top of your head roughly how much business is turned away absent the convention center expansion currently?
I do know that between 2018 and I think it was 20, when JLL did the study, we know we lost 181,000 hotel room nights that we tracked by people coming and asking or bidding and then leaving. The challenge is, if I'm a meeting planner and I start researching, I go in and figure out, does my group fit? If it doesn't fit, I go away, and you never know I existed. And so there's a lot of conversations we don't have, but by tracking what we lose or we bid on, regardless whether we can fit, because we try to be very creative, we know we lost 181,000 room nights in those 2 years.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank you. And then you mentioned these other options that were considered and deemed to be inviable, mostly due to price being out of budget. And we know that this is being funded through the interlocal money. Can you share, primarily for folks who might not understand how that pot of money is different, why can't we just go back and ask for more money? What is the ramification of that?
Absolutely. So the interlocal is built, they spend a very long time tracking the history of the development of tax that comes from hotel rooms and prepared food. So restaurants, and even perhaps if you go to Publix and buy a takeout meal. That tax goes into a pot, and its purpose is to invest in tourism projects that will be a catalyst for the county and for the revenue to continue its own pot. So it never needs funding from something else. What they do is they figure out the math. How much is going to come in per year? How much do we predict over the next 10, 20, 30 years when we bond these projects? And then they make a model. That model is then divvied up according to what we believe it can pay for once bonded through. So it has to cover itself, and they're very, very conservative. There's been many meetings I was in where I thought they were being hyper-conservative, but they're right, because it's a risk. And so I appreciate that. And so once that's done, the model opens, and it's every 3 years. And when it opens, then we come and we bring what we are asking for money for to the meetings. The meetings are multiple meetings for a very long time. There's committees that talk about them, there's counties, and then the Wake Commission and the council has to agree, and then they set that, and then they go ahead and say, you can do these models. And then all those models, all those projects bond that money. To reopen it changes everyone else's portion. So, and if something's missing, then the model doesn't balance any longer. It's balanced on all these projects that they agreed to successfully going forward, and then the revenues from those projects going back into the pot. So when it is messed with, something's taken out, it starts to fold in on itself, and then the math doesn't work anymore, and that's a big countywide challenge.
Thank you. And then this one might be for transportation staff. Just curious if we have the trip data for Lenore and South Street on hand.
We do, actually. I can answer it unless you want to. The Lenore and South are built to take 10,000 cars in a day. South serves 3,300, and Lenore serves about 22,500, I believe, but you can come check me if I'm wrong. Which puts us at a half capacity when you put them together. Would you like to add to that?
Good afternoon, Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. So I think Carrie kind of hit it. Based off our current trip volumes, we're roughly between South and Lenore in this section, about 5,000 cars, and both those really are at about 10,000 capacity.
The streets are built, each street is built for 10,000 cars a day.
Correct.
So 20,000 total, and 5,000 travel between the two of them.
That's correct. When we look at, we've got, based off our volume to capacity ratios, we certainly have capacity within those streets. I mean, our peak hour trips that we have right now in those two sections are roughly around 250 and 300 each.
Thanks. I can be done for now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know who's best to answer this question. If you look at the slide that shows concept 4, which is the current proposal, it looks like it may be slide 31 out of 50.
Uh-oh, you went too far.
Okay, there at the bottom of this rendering, you see how it has the, I guess, the back of house access point, and then it looks like a parking lot right below that. And then if you scroll down to the slide that shows Dawson-McDowell connector concept, that rendering there looks different than the one for concept 4. So what is the plan for the, I guess that surplus land, not where the pocket park's planning to go? Is it going to be back of house access and parking, or is it going to be some connection?
No, I can certainly speak to that. So at this point, I know there were some competing images that have been iterating over time. At this point, there is no plan to develop that site beyond the proposed connector that you see here. The existing condition on this site is, as you saw from one of the images, a gravel lot.
Which I hate. Yeah.
Yes.
Hate's a strong word. I don't like gravel lots.
Well, we can understand and appreciate the sentiment. But no, there is no proposal in terms of the redevelopment of that overall site. I mean, I think that illustration before was really just meant to show that its current use really is parking. It's loading for activities at the convention center. So what I think that image that you might have seen was just a paved version of what's there in terms of parking lot.
So 2 follow-up questions. Is the intent for it to be continue to be back of house parking, or do we have options on that site?
No, the back of house parking was only that part of South Street.
Okay. So then
So when it says that, it's coming down south and then putting in the buses to the back of the house.
With that gate that
and
you
loading,
showed.
correct. It's not that plot of land at all. We're not touching that.
So I guess my question there is, I know on the Dawson-McDowell connector concept page, it does say obviously that it's not a done deal, that we haven't submitted formal plans to NCDOT yet, but preliminary discussions are encouraging. So does that mean that the communications we've had with NCDOT, they seem likely to approve some connection there?
So we're not approved, permitted, ready, like a final design. We certainly aren't anticipating that we're going to have that here in the next month. There's a lot of details that have to be
You will have it
fine-tuned.
in the next month? Or
We will not.
Okay.
But certainly we are continuing those discussions and trying to get them to a point of support. We're kind of working through any of those major red flags that may have concerns with them and fine-tuning some of the things as it relates to some of that initial geometry and to any concerns they may have as it relates to the introduction of a new signal and how that could play with some of the queuing. But at least at this point, it's been positive feedback. We haven't gotten a no.
Okay, and then one follow-up question is, based on where we're at in the process, are there opportunities to explore discussion with them about more of a full reroute of that portion of South Street rather than a slip lane? Because we've got a lot of land right there, and if it's not no other plan for it, I'm just curious. I know Charlotte, when they built their arena, they were able to sort of bend their street around it. I'm just curious if that would be something that we could still explore and get a preliminary sort of
So we
feedback.
have actually had conversations with the department about a full reroute of South Street. There was not a favorable response to that. I think there's a lot of concerns as it relates to the timings of the signals with the additional movements that would be there. And I think certainly as you get closer to the rail right-of-way, adding another intersection there becomes problematic from a viewpoint to the next signal.
But that slip lane, they have, for the most part, so far been receptive to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add, in my conversations with NCDOT, they have been very favorable and said they are committed to working with us to make this happen. Yes. Councilmember Jones?
Just a few questions. So in the current, when we talk about South Street and that it has the traffic count that it does now, how do you take into account the future growth that's already happening in that area, including Heritage Park, including the condominiums that are there that don't have current traffic, and where will they go?
So we are currently working with a consultant to study kind of what the operations look like kind of in southwest downtown, given not only South Street, but knowing that we've got some other anticipated changes throughout that area.
And can you, before you continue, can you enumerate on those anticipated changes?
So we are, as part of the delivery of the NCDOT line, anticipating that Hargett Street will be closed sometime in probably 2027, 2028 as part of that platform. And then with future consideration of the extension of West Street south under the rail to Cabarrus Street, one of the elements of that from a safety perspective was the closing of that at-grade crossing of Cabarrus Street. But from a timeline standpoint, we are probably 2030 or beyond. Just from a standpoint of the West Street project right now, we've only got funding for design. In order to position ourselves for a federal grant, the match would have to come from another transportation bond.
And then the study that you referenced, I'm sorry, I may have just missed it. How long until that study that you're doing is complete?
They are working on some of the modeling now. We're anticipating being able to get some of those results in the next couple of weeks.
Do you think we'll have it before this vote on September 17th?
We certainly are anticipating that.
Fingers crossed. Okay, I think that's all I have for you, but I have some other questions. If we go back to the timeline, Carrie, when you guys first learned in January that this was going to need to happen and you opened up your communications with the stakeholders and you heard, how come we didn't hear until June?
We hired the architect in January, started the conversations. So by February, we were still exploring all of these. What we were saying is, we think that we could end up having to close the street. We started with Lenore as our thoughts. We didn't come to, we are out of options until May, when we finally said, I don't have any more ideas. The architects can't figure it any other way. So while we started it, we kept rolling with all of these models along the way. But
you had
foreshadowing in February.
But you had already begun those conversations, hearing the concerns that specifically RHA, Raleigh Housing Authority, had. And so that's where I'm kind of missing the boat, because we heard it on June 11th. And so to know that RHA has been in discussion and sharing their concerns, I was a little bit concerned to find out that in June, and now I don't have the answers for those because I didn't know. So that was a little bit, that timeline right there. I appreciate you sharing that, because that's where my hesitations lie, because we found out in June and then went on break. So I don't know that there's a question. I just wanted to put that out there to say that that's where my hesitations were. I do want to also ask, when you did the pop-up in Heritage Park, did they know it was coming, or that was a complete pop-up surprise? And then how many people attended that?
No, we sent out messages through a neighborhood app that communications use. I'm sorry, I don't know that answer. And told them we were coming. And then we had a conversation with Raleigh Housing as well. And I'm not sure how many showed up. I don't think it was a lot.
Yeah, RHA said there was 5. So I know that we had a great response during, and then you elaborated on those numbers for South, and I was there.
Right.
I thought it was a great event.
Right.
But that was a few hundred, and then when we want to target the group that is having the biggest concerns, there were 5. So I'm excited that there's going to be more. And what does that outreach look like so that we can up those numbers so we can hear those concerns as well?
Heritage Park was also invited to the Saturday. We actually did door hangers all through Heritage Park. So they did have the same notice that the other neighborhoods had. And then we added the pop-up. We did hope for more. And I'm happy to do more.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Black?
Hi. Thank you for all of the work and sharing all of the stuff around this. I want to start by saying that I like the Red Hat Amphitheater downtown. I'm actually going to see, wow, it's a long day. I'm going to see Janelle Monáe and Tierra Whack next month at the amphitheater, and they're like two of my favorite artists. And I think this issue has transcended into communities that aren't usually impacted or knowledgeable of what's happening with the city. I have a lot of musical friends and creative friends, and they've been hitting me up like, what's happening with the Red Hat? And I'm like, let's get back to council and talk about it. And so I think the proposal as is looks really incredible for downtown. I hear all of the sides of the businesses and the music and the impacts of the economic development, specifically with it being a $17 to about $30 million sort of economic impact for the city. I think that's amazing. But I am curious. I want to shift it to some of the other mitigating factors that are on my mind when it comes to this, and I don't know if you can answer that. But specifically about Heritage Park, where the conversations are with some of the impacts to Heritage Park. I know when we met 2 months ago now, and we walked the site, that was one of the questions I had, and we really didn't have a lot of detail at that moment about where we were with Heritage Park, with the cloverleaf, realigning some of the sewage there, and just how we're connecting with the Heritage Park in general to understand some of the concerns around the redevelopment that's happening there, and how we can make it a vital project that affects both the economic and the business side, but also what would be a $350 million investment into our downtown for affordable housing. So I was just curious about that, and I have follow-up questions, I hope.
Sure. So appreciate the question, Councilmember Black. I think it's probably important to reiterate that the conversations that you see laid out on the screen really are specifically primarily related, at least in this topic, related to the proposed Red Hat project. There have certainly been conversations with Heritage Park, the Housing Authority, related to their redevelopment project for that community that predated any conversation about Red Hat. And I know our transportation team has been heavily involved in conversations, I think, along the lines that you suggested about incorporating what might be currently city-owned right-of-way to realign interchanges. There's also been talk, I know, I've not been privy to them personally, but I am familiar with them around West Street extension through the site, the possibilities regarding alignment and a number of things related to that. So those conversations have been ongoing for quite some time. And again, just reiterating this timeline, I think it's important to underscore that the city organizes these conversations with the intent to try to be proactive and be good partners with Heritage Park and many others that have projects in the area. So the intent of these meetings was really to try to make sure that we surfaced issues early on. I certainly understand that I've been a part of no less than 6 probably conversations related to this topic, and specifically with the Housing Authority leadership to try to respond to some of the early concerns that they have raised, and that process is ongoing. Certainly there remains a commitment from staff to engage, to have conversations, to try to the extent that we can to address the reasonable concerns. And again, that commitment remains.
That's good. We have some of the things that they shared. They shared some of their direct demands, and I do personally feel like, given the history of specifically the Fourth Ward, the urban renewal, and the loss of a Black community in that part of the downtown area that just ceases to exist now, we have an onus to make sure that as we are talking about amphitheater and economic development, we're also making sure we're being inclusive of our lower income residents and our Black and low income residents that are in need of housing, and this project is really important. So I know one of the things that as I read through the list that I thought was really interesting and maybe something that we can consider alongside with some of the traffic concerns. I wanted to see where we were with, the cloverleaf, the realignment of stuff. If those are asked, we're asking to NCDOT along with the slip lane.
I don't want to confuse those two issues. These are, to some extent, separate discussions, specific conversation. I don't want to.
No, I don't want to conflate the two things either. So I kind of shifted over to a stakeholder that we're hearing from too along with this. And I wanted to see where we were in that conversation. But before we get to that, if anybody would want to speak to that, one of the things that I thought would be interesting that they brought up is a commitment to jobs for the Heritage Park residents at the Raleigh Convention Center. They talked about a youth program for doing AV work, and just some economic opportunities for the people that are inside of Heritage Park to also participate in the convention center and in the amphitheater, being so close to their now where this housing project is going to be, and just making sure that these people are included in what comes with the economic development and the impact of that. So I thought that was interesting, but I am curious about the cloverleaf and the conversations there. And I know that's a separate conversation that's running in my mind very parallel, and I just wanted to know.
Sure. I will turn the podium over to colleagues in transportation, but before I do that, I do want to speak to some of those suggestions because, those are certainly, in terms of ways that we can partner, we have expressed openness to that. I think as you saw in the presentation, we've already begun to think about ways that with this project we can incorporate those partnership opportunities with residents, with ways that we recognizing the significance of this site to the historical significance of it, ways that we can incorporate that history into the project, whether that be through public art or other means. And so we have been very forthcoming in our intention to do that, and have shared that with our stakeholders that we will be glad to open the door to any other ideas that might be out there with respect to how we can ultimately bring the community into this project.
Perhaps we can share these demands or these requests with you and your staff. Oh, you did? Okay, great. Look for them.
So relating to what we're calling the at-grade intersection study, which is the Western MLK South Saunders study, we continue to work with our consultant on that study, kind of have it down to about two options. We have met within the last 2 weeks with the Housing Authority to kind of update them on where that study is, and certainly we're continuing to work with them as they look at considerations for their redevelopment plan. Certainly the network within and around the redevelopment area are of interest not only to them but also to the city as we think about how we continue to grow in the southwestern portion of our downtown.
Next was Councilmember Branch, and then Councilmember Harrison, then Councilmember Fort.
First off, definitely thank you for the presentation. The timeline has been extremely helpful. One question I have that is somewhat connected to the Heritage Park and the project comes down to the sound study and their funding for their redevelopment of what they want to do. I've shared information earlier about conversations that I've had with them concerning their study and the impact to their funding. Can you speak to that so we can kind of clear the air?
Absolutely, yeah. So again, we have had series of engagements with the Housing Authority leadership around specific concerns, noise being one of them. I will say that, hearing that general noise concern early on, one of the steps that we took was to hire an acoustician to do a study of the future state. I know that there has been, we have, I think, since learned that there's maybe some question as to the efficacy of that study as it relates to the specific concern that was addressed. Again, we had an out-of-the-gate understanding about what the concern was. It was a general concern about noise. I think subsequent conversations have certainly revealed a more specific concern there, which, again, I'll say it again, we have continued to have conversations, and that's something that we are committed to trying as best we can to respond to among, all the other concerns that not just the Housing Authority, but other stakeholders have raised as well.
Okay, thank you. My last thing is, as we continue to talk about connectivity from the vehicular standpoint, let's also, if we can highlight the pedestrian and the bike plans within the models, because one of the things that we keep talking about downtown is making it more pedestrian friendly, and yet we're here fighting about the car traffic. So if we can really just highlight that and talk about how we're trying to continue the pedestrian and the bike, and especially for the kids coming downtown, being safe and crossing streets, those improvements and focus on that, I think is very key. And I look forward to us having, at some point, moving forward to set the public hearing for the 17th of September.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. Thanks, Carrie, for the presentation. Very helpful. I love showing the math. I think that is essential so that we can all understand what's possible here. I have a few comments and then some questions. I certainly want to say that I'm committed to Red Hat Amphitheater being downtown. It has significant positive impact to our small businesses. I've heard directly from Berkeley Cafe, Videri Chocolate, Element, Parkside Restaurant, so many. It is also a beloved community asset, and I think we all have that agreement. I will also be at the Carolina Days Get Out the Vote concert, so see you there, Mary. Yeah, that's going to be fun. And it's essential for overall vibrancy and safety as well. It does bring foot traffic downtown. That makes our residents safer. That makes this a higher quality of life, a place to be. So I think we're all in agreement there, which is great. I am also aware of resident and business concerns about the loss of vehicular access to that one block of South Street. The closing of the street, it is not desirable. I'm going to say that. We have had incredible feedback on the topic from neighbors, businesses, the creative community. I really appreciate the input. That helps us make better decisions. Obviously, the process is complex. It's challenging. Big effort, quick timeline. So just a few thoughts from me. I want to just kind of note other folks have said things. I agree. We really need to look at that pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. I wonder if you could speak to that, Carrie. Is there going to be for South Street with the slip lane or south of there, any way to get around that you could walk or bike?
Yes, that's why we switched from slip lane to connector, because the intention is to be able to walk, to bike, to drive a car, and have that connection down. And then at the same time, make Dawson safe. So should you choose to go the other direction and go up to Lenore, it's a safe stroll on the sidewalks. The sidewalks are very wide and generous because it is a fast-moving street. And then, of course, the strollway, which is entirely designed to accommodate all of that. In my head, that also includes things like kids and scooters and parents. And then the bicycles on the road, not the rental scooters. I meant cute kids. I saw people's, but it's a family traveling and it's on the sidewalk. And then at the same time, soft and spacious curbs. And that's all part of that design so that we can make sure all of them can move through.
And I think to the traffic piece, I want to emphasize the need for that traffic impact analysis that looks at additional street closures, because that comes up a lot with the residents.
Great.
They're not thinking just about South Street. And so if we have that data before any decision this group has to make, I think that's vital. I also want to see us continue to improve coordination efforts with the Raleigh Housing Authority so that our respective multi-hundreds of million-dollar efforts leverage each other's capacity and bring additional success to each of our projects. Affordable housing, as we noted in our summit on Saturday, is such a huge priority for the city. If we can get more units on site for Heritage Park as they're redeveloping, I want to do that. And so I think to Councilmember Black's point, the removal of this kind of Clover highway mess, I don't know how to call it. Yeah, Cloverleaf, thank you. If we have a developable space there, they can get perhaps a max of 975 units on their site. And they've said, a minimum right now, what they can do is 550. So we really, if we can work with them and help them get whatever they need there, I just want to say that that's a priority for me. I want to see that we're also revisiting our noise study to ensure that any parameters that are relevant to their environmental impact analysis that they have to do with HUD, that is something we are looking at, because I don't know exactly what they have to do, but they do. And then also, I just want to emphasize any kind of arts-related workforce, youth programming that can benefit local residents, Heritage Park residents. I'd like to know what those opportunities are. I also am curious about a formal engagement event for the public that would provide a moderated Q&A opportunity. So something similar to this, but perhaps like we did with the Affordable Housing Summit, where folks will have a QR code, they can put in their question, because I hear a lot of different facts out there about what is going on, and I want everybody to be part of this. I want folks to be excited about what we're doing, and so that's my, I guess, ask to our council, is whether we can get one more engagement opportunity for our public, for anyone who's not watching today, and then again, continuing to get information on the slip lane, how is that moving forward, placemaking, telling the story of the Fourth Ward, and then our Chavis Dick Strollway. How do we continue that? So all these pieces that are, interconnected, I want to make sure we're getting those updates and feel, good about where we're headed collectively. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, I think I would say a takeaway or a lesson learned for us is that we've got an outstanding community engagement office, and I think moving forward, when we're taking on issues of this magnitude, it may be helpful for department heads and managers to think about reaching out to community engagement and having them involved a little bit earlier in the process, so that we don't end up here where you've got a lot of folks who are very frustrated because they feel like they didn't really get an opportunity to weigh in. And to your point, you're asking for more engagement, and we've got a vote that we've got to take. And so Taisha Mosley, which is not really her last name, but that's what I remember. So
it is. That's her new name.
Oh, that's her new name? Okay.
Yes. You did it
Oh, okay,
correctly.
yeah, okay. Well, something. I knew it was something. Something changed. Okay, yeah. I got it right.
You got it. That's her new name.
Well, good. Okay, good for me.
I just call her Taisha.
Yeah.
Be safe.
Easier. But certainly she's here in the room, and so I just think moving forward for us, this turned out to be one of the blind spots, and so just to make sure that we keep her folks in her shop, involved earlier in the process as a city, not just with your shop, but every shop, to make sure that she and her team can be involved so that we don't end up here. I think the other takeaway is I've gotten a lot of folks saying to me, there are other ways to do this without closing South Street, but I've not heard that from you or Evan or anybody else that there's any other way to do it. So what I'm hearing is that it's South Street or we don't have the amphitheater. And I just want to make sure that people understand from y'all there's no other way to do this. Is that correct?
What you're hearing within the confines of the existing budget of the interlocal funding.
Okay.
Yes.
And so that I just want to make sure people walk away clear that we don't have another way, because people keep saying to me, well, y'all can do something different. And I'm just hearing we cannot. No. It's either close South Street or we lose the amphitheater.
Pretty much.
Okay. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to add one more thing, and I don't mean to pile on, but I really do think that connector is critical. I like that we're not calling it a slip lane, because I think that's confusing and it doesn't fully capture. We want to maintain as much connectivity for South Street, and that is vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian. And I really want to emphasize the safe bike ped connections. It is really hostile over there right now. I was staying over there for a while over the past year, and it is not a safe place to walk or bike or scoot. You don't see any kids playing. There's no access to public green space. And so I would also challenge us that if we have that surplus area, not just the pocket park on that one corner, but if we get the connector through and the bike ped, I'd like to see all of it become public green space, not a parking lot, paved or otherwise. And I think we have a real opportunity there to create a really nice environment with more foot traffic and maybe even a dog park or something. I know the mayor enjoys those, but I think we've got a lot of opportunity there to leave it in a better place than it is now. And if we're going to have to make some trade-offs, then I would like to see that be included. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I just wanted to mention, I just asked the city manager about doing some type of engagement piece. We are coming up to some deadlines, so it cannot be for it to be a meeting involving city council, that would be difficult. But if we wanted to do something with staff, they said they would look at that and then get back to us with a date. And so I guess that's something you can discuss at your leadership meeting tomorrow.
Yes, we will look and vet some opportunities for meet and design to kind of figure out how quickly we can get it done, a location, timing. I doubt we'll be able to do more than one opportunity just because our schedules are slammed through the end of the year. And Taisha is amazing, but there's only a few of Taisha's, right? So she's overcommitted with DMV and all of the other things. So I want to acknowledge that, that we can't put a whole lot more on her without additional staff. But we are fully committed. I had a conversation with Councilmember Harrison earlier yesterday, Councilmember Patton today. We will figure out how we can do a stand-up opportunity. Meet and design, couple hours, Q&A with, an ability to have an engaging conversation that is educational and informational, but just need to level set what it is and what it is not, right? It's not a feedback, it's an informational session to answer the questions for everybody. And again, we've daylighted Heritage Park, and obviously Heritage Park is the closest in proximity to Red Hat, but it's not just about Heritage Park, it's also about Boylan Heights. And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't include them in the conversation as well. So that will be how we'll move forward. So by Friday, we should have a location and a straw man of a meeting design.
It might be interesting if you could have it at the convention center so you're actually seeing what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it helps
probably where we're going to
people
end up.
Envision.
Carrie can feed people really well, and they tend to engage a little bit more when we feed them. So probably going to be somewhere at the convention center, and we'll try to figure out whether it's an afternoon or evening meeting, just whatever works with her current booking schedule.
Okay. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, thanks. To the extent it's useful for you to hear like which things we put our extra dot on or extra thumbs up emoji on, I just wanted to I love the additional engagement idea with a clear expectation it is for information and not for input or design change. I also really want to put an exclamation mark on we're about to set the public hearing for roughly a month from now. In that time, having this traffic, mobility information around all the moving parts, all the projects related to to this quadrant of downtown will be really useful for us in our decision making. To the extent, I think it's really important for us to be great partners to Heritage Park. I think in the month between now and the public hearing, really rolling up our sleeves, sharpening our pencils, and revisiting the noise study and filling in any blanks if there's raw data that they need to see that has not been presented in the executive summary. Let's get around a table and really hash that out. And then I know that I've also wondered about the pressures of these projects on the internal flow in their site. So let's make sure that any studies we're doing are including that and that we're sitting around the table asking them what they need to see so that we're being the best partners we can during the design and then do all these so that we're doing a true public-private partnership going forward. I know one thing they're worried about or thinking about is where that gravel lot is that will not be improved, the one that's slated to be as is and is sometimes used for trailer parking. I think they are under the presumption that the trailers will continue to park there. It sounds like that is not the intention, but yeah, to kind of re-up what Councilmember Melton said, maybe we can make that whole thing a park, and that would be, I think, a win for everyone. So I think we have an opportunity to get a win-win-win-win-win-win, but certainly there's a lot of work to do before the vote in September.
I would, from our part, nobody has presented me with a sound restriction that they need. So I would love somebody to tell us what we need for HUD so that we can see how we fit. So hopefully that will come forth, and I will ask again.
I know that they're in the audience, so I think they're hearing your request, and I trust that both teams will be willing participants around the table in the coming month.
If we could proactively follow up with RHA on
Absolutely.
that issue, I think that would be important. And you're right, Mayor Pro Tem, dog park would be lovely. And the other thing I wanted to mention, Danny Rosen, when he was here, mentioned adding like $1 to each ticket and using the money for charity. I think that would be an incredible idea and a great way to fund some things that that could be in partnership with the community. So just want you to noodle on that a little bit and see how it could be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
We wrote that down as a percentage. Maybe we'll have to work on our contract and with Live Nation, but I do think in addition to some of the community work that we've already noted, that there might be a greater opportunity to kind of spread the love a little bit further and a greater reach in the community. So absolutely willing to consider that.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for now. So thank you. We spent quite a bit of time on this, but appreciate all the work that went into this and everything that you've shared. And then if we could, I think there was some good feedback. Transportation
We
being
have
one
3
of them.
agenda items we need you to vote on.
Yes.
Corey made that motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I took you off
hold
rail,
on,
I know.
Hold on. I want to make sure that we have clarity
Absolutely.
on what we've asked you to follow up on,
Yes. Yeah.
with transportation being key.
We have it.
So I'm looking.
Ken, nod.
Kenneth, Paul,
Okay.
Michael, we're ready.
All right. I was going to make a motion actually to authorize the action, recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for all your time. Thank you, everyone who stayed to listen, and thank you for everybody who came to speak. We appreciate it. I'm going to give everybody a moment to kind of leave. We're going to take a little break here. Okay, it's been a long afternoon so far, and we are still going. This is the report and recommendation of the city manager.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Two quick items today. One is an introduction, and then one is an actual item of business. I would like to lead with welcome back. I know it's been 6 weeks. Some of you we saw almost weekly, and some of you we really didn't see for 6 weeks. So I think Mary falls in that category. So welcome back, and excited to continue the great work that staff and I are working on every single day to continue to advance this city. So the next item that we have is Taisha Mosley, as we get her name right. She will be bringing forward a great initiative out of our strategic plan, our organizational excellence key focus area about language access. So I will turn it over to Taisha.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm glad to see y'all all have snacks and you got a break. Taisha Mosley with the Office of Community Engagement, and I will be before you very briefly to catch you up on what the city's language access team has been doing around our language access plan. If you may recall, back in January, we shared with you all at your retreat that we were accepted as a city into this language access collaborative. So I am just going to bring you up to date and then talk about kind of what our next steps are to develop this a little further. For those who may not be aware or asking yourselves what a language access plan is, it's really just a guide for organizations to give them direction on how to translate documents, how to use interpreters, and offer resources in different languages. This is important because we strive to create an environment that's inclusive, that's accessible to all of our community members. When we talk about a language access plan, there are 9 other organizations across North Carolina who are part of this particular collaborative. So you'll see some familiar names like the City of High Point, Winston-Salem, and of course ourselves, all working to expand communication with residents in their local languages. And although you see me at the podium, I want to stop before we get deep in this to acknowledge the folks who have done all the legwork for the updates that you're going to hear today. If you're here, if you could stand for a moment, don't be mad at me. But we have Jake with Raleigh Water, Pete in Communications, Ara with Equity and Inclusion, Luis in Housing and Neighborhoods, Jorge in Communications, Tierney in Raleigh Parks, Ellen with Community Engagement, and then we also have a community partner, Omer, who's not here with us, but he's with the U.S. Committee for Refugees. So everything, thank you, give them a round of applause. They've done a really great job. I just want to thank them publicly for their work. So let's jump into it. Why should we provide language access? As everyone knows, Raleigh is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. We want to make sure that we're equipping staff with tools and resources that are going to address language barriers and cultural barriers as well. And we as an organization want to provide reasonable accommodation for non-English and limited English proficiency speakers. This chart here shows you on one side North Carolina's Hispanic population, and then the other side is Raleigh's Hispanic population. And something that I found very interesting in the data the team shared with me was that over 18% of Raleigh residents who are 5 years or older speak a language other than English at home. Right? That's a large amount for such a large city. And what we're, I'm sorry? What did you say, 15%? 18. Mm-hmm. 18%. And so the language access plan also supports our strategic plan, specifically Organizational Excellence 5.1. And what we have as a part of the initiative is to provide access options to communications content and information to meet the diverse needs of our community. So a quick timeline. Back in October of 22 was when the team that I just introduced started on this journey. And so they applied to be a part of the Building Integrated Communities initiative at UNC Chapel Hill. And so they sought a letter of support for the mayor, a letter of support from the city manager, and then they also had to identify a community partner. This is 6 different departments who started this initiative together. We were accepted as an organization in December of 22, and then we launched off in January of 23. So in just 1 year, January to December of 23, these amazing individuals attended several in-person language access summits. Some were in person, some were virtual. They held internal stakeholder meetings, external stakeholder meetings. They did a lot of research. They met with other local municipalities. They did an internal staff language capacity assessment, as well as identifying some language access liaisons. They put information on the city's website about the language access plan and its goals, and then they developed the draft plan. A part of their internal survey findings, which we're happy to announce, we had 100% participation from city departments. We found that 50% of departments receive federal funds, about 50% use bilingual staff who are not necessarily trained as interpreters. We have 20% of departments who utilize telephonic interpretation services, and then 30% who use other electronic communications in language aside from English. A part of their community stakeholder conversations found some of the information on the screen. So they met with 11 different organizations that represented different communities. Some of the findings are here on the screen is that children are often serving as interpreters for their parents. There was a lot of conversation around more visuals needing to be translated in public and more simple language in public spaces, a request or need for more awareness of like the different types of technology that community members use to access information like WhatsApp, or that it's difficult for individuals to assess, accessing public services due to language barriers. And so what you see on the screen is that virtual meeting one of the meetings where they had those conversations. So in January of 24, they had a closing event at UNC Chapel Hill. You'll see that photo on the screen there. They also traveled to Albuquerque, New Mexico to attend a conference and do a presentation about their findings and have conversations with other municipalities. And last but certainly not least, with the support of the city manager's office, they were able to develop a draft language access plan and procedures. Another really amazing part of this program was that UNC awarded $25,000, and of that, $9,700 goes to our community partner, and $15,300 was awarded to us. And so the city plans to, once, hopefully if you adopt that budget amendment, that we'll use that monies to do a translation and printing of language access posters and materials, a multilingual marketing video, and then a kickoff, a multilingual and multicultural kickoff event. So here today, just again, for your information, the goal of catching you up on what the team has been up to, we're asking that you authorize the budget amendment for $15,300. And then as staff, we're going to now take the information that this group has took their time to put together for us to develop the policies pursuant to what they found, to create a departmental language access partner group. And then I think the biggest part of our next step is identifying what additional resources are going to be needed fully for the implementation of the draft plan. And if anyone in the audience has questions about this, you can go to RaleighNC.gov and you can search Language Access Collaborative and you can find all the information. And I'll take any questions.
Well, I don't have a question. I do want to say I love this. Thank you for doing it. These language barriers were part of the reason why I had started the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, to really elevate that awareness. It is a barrier among people, so thank you for addressing that. Any questions for the team? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. I do want to say that while I don't speak any other languages, unfortunately, I have been in 2 meetings recently where not only was I, as the English speaker in the room, provided with services so that I can have a translator in English, but last night I was at the transportation paratransit conversation, and they had sign language interpreters. And I am, for somebody who's never had to utilize that, I was just blown away by what you guys are doing so far. So please, thank you so much for all of that. Please continue. So proud of you. I just had a thought. As we look at this, this is a strategic plan initiative, organizational excellence. It is one of the strategic initiatives that we don't have a council committee for. And so I was just wondering, I do believe that this deserves its own committee, and we should be having this conversation so that we can ask deeper questions instead of having a quick update now. So I'd like to know if staff can bring back information on what would the logistics look like in order to have a committee that's set up for our organizational excellence. I know this was uplifted before, but I think it was Councilor Patton, but I'd just like to put a little pin in that. I'd love to see that, or what that looks like. Cool.
So the thought process in the past when we created and developed the strategic plan back in 2014, 2015 for the adoption for council for the first time, OE is internally focused. It is operational. It's not that community forward-facing opportunities, but there are times when there's work that is lifted out of that key focus area that has an impact outside of the organization, and this is one of those opportunities. And when we have the initiatives that are forward and more public-facing, we will lift those up and bring them to council. But as the current plan is developed and designed and adopted, OE is that speaks to operational efficiencies for us as an organization.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to authorize the budget amendment in $15,300. Did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions.
Okay. Anybody like to make a second? And then you have a question too? I second. You second? Okay. Councilmember Patton?
Sweet. Hi. Thanks for this. So a couple questions. I think this is great. Love it. We love the language access program. I think in moments from now, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board will present their work plan, which also includes language access. And so I'm curious if you can speak to collaboration or consultation that's been done with Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, and also the Mayor's Committee, which has...
Yeah. I believe that I would be correct in saying that the team that was introduced earlier had conversations with both of those boards, and so there's been conversations amongst all three groups. I was going to say organizations, but two boards and the Language Access Group have had conversations about the plan.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Motion is second on the floor. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Right. That was unanimous, and thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. And the last thing under my report today is an introduction of the newest member to the City of Raleigh family. I am happy today to present to some and to introduce to others our newest ACM, our Assistant City Manager, Ryan Bergman. Ryan comes to us with a wealth of local government experience. He's been an administrator, an interim city manager, serving almost in a CFO capacity as a budget director. He's kind of done this work in the state of Michigan, in the state of Virginia, and most recently in Charlotte, North Carolina. So as the mayor and I sit down here, the mayor and the city manager in Charlotte are not too happy with us because we stole one of their best, but I am happy to introduce Ryan Bergman, who will manage the internal services portfolio. He will have HR, finance, budget, internal audit, strategy and innovation, and IT. So those are the departments that were mostly in the portfolio of Ms. Hill that left at the end of the year. And to my leadership staff, I want to say thank you, because we didn't know when we signed on in December that it would take this long to get the replacement in, but we agreed that we would never settle on trying to get the most appropriate and the right skill set in this organization to keep us moving forward. So we've all kind of picked up additional departments and worked really, really hard over the last 8 months, and we're happy to hand them over to Ryan. So Ryan, if you'll come to the podium and give us a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ryan, and I am a new Raleigh resident.
Yay.
Excited about that. As I went through the interview process, the recruitment process, I was really impressed with the leadership team. Excited for an opportunity to work with an organization that has such a good reputation statewide. It also struck me during the interview process how many similar issues we work on, Charlotte, Raleigh, a lot of projects, a lot of issues. I hope I can help solve some problems. In the meantime, I have a lot to learn about Raleigh. I know that. Hope to learn a lot from you guys and all the professional staff. We're already settling in well. My wife and kids are at the Marbles Museum right now, and they texted and let me know that it is the greatest museum on planet Earth. So very excited about that. And I'm guessing this is the last time I'll stand up here that you won't ask me really hard questions afterwards. So I appreciate that, and I'll turn it back over to you.
And thank you.
Welcome.
Yes.
Thank
We're
you.
happy to have you.
So we're grateful that Ron stopped in today. His first official day on the clock is next Monday, the 26th. But he and his family have bought a house and getting their kids registered for school. So we're excited to have Mr. Bergman here. And hopefully we can breathe for a little bit, and at least in the manager's office for a while. So thank you. And that's all I have today.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda, it was the report and recommendation of the Fair Housing Hearing Board. We're pulling that from the agenda. My understanding is that Chair was sick and could not do the presentation. So we will bump that off and then go to the report and recommendation of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Brianna Scurry with Equity and Inclusion. I'm just here to pass it off to our Chair, Matthew Potts, who's going to do a presentation of their annual report and work plan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all again for having me. My name is Matthew Potts, and I am the Community Co-Chair for the City of Raleigh Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. So today, just wanted to remind you, Mayor Baldwin, you mentioned you starting the committee a while back. Just a reminder on the mission statement, advising and advocating to the Raleigh City Council and stakeholders on issues that affect our immigrant communities in social, economic, and vocational pursuits while celebrating and connecting our immigrant communities. So, just what I have to present to you today is our annual report as well as our work plan for the following fiscal year. So what were some of our goals for the fiscal year of 2024? Increasing access to economic mobility, increasing language access, which was just discussed a little bit ago, creating internal training for discussion and education, as well as increasing both internal and external pertaining to issues and events for the immigrant communities. So, this was one of the events that we held in the past fiscal year, an economic development panel, where we actually seeked out local business owners who were also immigrants themselves to speak to some of the immigrants within our community on common questions that business owners or people who are looking to get into business may have, and it was a really great event. In addition to that, we celebrated the Immigrant Impact Awards, which we organized an individual, a youth, as well as an organization for their impact on the immigrant community. Here are our winners, and it was a really great event to be able to celebrate, of course, the amazing contributions that all of these individuals and organizations have had to us. Last but not least, the African Liberation Day celebration with Mama Africa. We hosted that in the park. Sorry, I'm blanking on the park name. Moore Square. Thank you all. Which it was a really great event as well, minus the rain that ensued. Now moving on to our work plan for the fiscal year 2025. Here are some of the goals that we have. And a lot of these are kind of building on goals from last year as we try to continue to stake our roots within the community and grow as a board. So one of these is going to be increasing access to economic mobility for Raleigh immigrants by providing a hub for online resources, providing them with events as well as online resources for business owners and entrepreneurs. Alongside bringing awareness to our board itself to increase public participation, because we've seen the public participation increase year over year, and it really has, of course, done a lot for us. One last one here is collaborating with Raleigh boards, as was just previously discussed. Working with the language access panel, I think, would be one of many boards that we could reach out to, and we've also had discussion with some other boards around the Triangle area. The last goals for the fiscal year 2025 are going to be to expand language access yet again, educate and foster dialogue in the Raleigh community, as well as draft a resolution on immigration for the City Council's consideration. Obviously, we've got some potential issues arising. And then lastly, engaging within our subcommittees. And this is just kind of a look at some of the events that we've got planned out, which are the economic development panels, the International Unity Flag Day, the Immigrant Impact Award Dinner, as well as a new initiative, which is going to be the Raleigh Immigrant Experience Photo Contest and Exhibition, to really allow people to share their stories with us and with the community at large. This is our proposed budget. So we've sectioned this out: economic development for $5,000, events and awards for $9,500, communications for $2,350, and then the last line item being miscellaneous for $1,000 to basically provide us with funds in the need of additional costs that may arise. So with a total being $17,850. And just to kind of show you all the board members that are able to kind of help execute these events and really put their time and effort into growing this board, before we make the final ask here of accepting the work plan, I would like to go ahead and open up for any questions at this time.
I love the idea of the last one with the photographs and storytelling. I think that's amazing. And I just want to compliment you on the economic development programs you've done. They've been very effective and very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Patton?
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I really appreciated being y'all's liaison these past 2 years. I think you're doing really excellent work in the community and so grateful. And at the appropriate time, we'll be happy to support the approval of your work plan. 2 topics I want to throw out for y'all's consideration and deliberation in the coming months. I know when each board and commission was asked to provide feedback about whether they wanted to be fully in person, fully remote, whatever. This board was one that abstained in hopes of a hybrid future, and we all will continue to hope and work toward that. But in the turn it off. But in the meantime, I know it's been a little bit of a struggle to make quorum sometimes because half of your members are professional members and they are often traveling for their work. So I would encourage y'all to revisit perhaps maybe taking up the virtual option so that you have an easier time making quorum and getting your work done. So that's one thing. And then, the other thing kind of folded into that, I know that the membership is sort of 50-50 split between people in the professional category and the community category. I have noticed as we try to recruit members for appointment, people are not always sure which category they fall into or how they might feel like they are both or neither. And I wonder if you could at least all discuss and deliberate whether that 50-50 split is still like the best use or maybe a more at-large approach would serve you well. So I'm not here to dictate what those decisions are, but if you'll discuss them, I think that'd be great.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for your participation, and I think you have the right to do so because you've attended, I think, every meeting that I've been to, you've been there. So, and I've been to a lot of meetings, not to say that I don't go to meetings, but really just wanted to say thank you so much for your contributions and all that you've done. And just on that first point about the virtual or non-virtual split, I just want to make a comment to the board, if I may. As a board that focuses on, the immigrant community, we do have a lot of board members who oftentimes spend months, if not weeks, in foreign countries. And that, of course, is a very difficult thing to do when, we have meetings and, half of our board or three or four people on our board are in a foreign country, not able to be here. And I think the only issue that we have with virtual is being able to come together in person with one another. We have definitely seen, I think, a lot more productivity, a lot more accountability. And so I know that it's a very difficult thing. It's not something that's going to be solved overnight, but just something to consider, allowing that hybrid model would be something that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention on behalf of my board. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Want to make the motion?
Move to adopt the work plan.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you. That was unanimous. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Okay, next we have a report and recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, Greenway Advisory Board related to the master plan for Kyle Drive property.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Chris Pereira for the Parks, Recreation, Greenway Advisory Board. We unanimously recommended to the board that the master plan for Kyle Drive property be adopted, and Emma has all the details about that master plan.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emma Lyles. I'm here with Raleigh Parks. We've also got our consultant from Withers Ravenel, and we'll be doing this presentation together. So, gonna quickly cover a little bit of the project introduction for the Kyle Drive Park master plan. Then we're gonna go into details about that master plan, and then kind of wrap up with some next steps and your approval action. So, budget overview and schedule. The Kyle Drive property master plan is funded through the 2022 Parks Bond. We had funding for community engagement, master plan development, as well as design and construction. Our total budget is looking at $9 million. We started summer of last year with the situation assessment. That's kind of our pre-planning document, rolled straight into master planning, which is what we've been up to for the past 11 months. And then following today's decision, we'll go into design and permitting, and then hoping to start bidding and construction in 2026. So just to kind of help orient us on where Kyle Drive Park is. So it is in Council District B, and it is right after the split of Capitol and Lewisburg, and before you get out to the intersection with 540. It's in between 4 different parks, Green Road Park, Marsh Creek Park, Buffalo Road Athletic Park, and Spring Forest Road Park. We had a very extensive community engagement process throughout the master planning, starting with initial input, and that's where we were just listening to the priorities of the community. Then we take those priorities, distill them down into 2 draft concept plans, test that out with the community, and then kind of finish with that one final draft concept plan that we take back out to everybody. We are now in the final phase, which is where we have the master plan document, which is what was attached to today's agenda for review. We had several engagement methods in all of these different phases, primarily working with the Community Advisory Group. In the International Association of Public Participation Pathways, we are following the Collaborate level, which has that advisory group assisting us throughout the process. So we worked with them, we worked with the public, we had workshops and open houses, online surveys, we did pop-up event tabling, we did site visits with the CAG and the public, as well as working with our community connectors and marketing ambassadors to help spread the word on the project. And now I'm going to kick it off to John Blasco.
All right, thanks, Emma. Good afternoon. My name is John Blasco. I am a landscape architect and senior project manager at Withers Ravenel. I've worked with the city's Parks Department for probably the last 10 or 15 years. Always love working with them, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here to present this plan. So I think Emma gave a good representation of where the park is. We'll dive into the specifics of it now. You can see the park property on your screen. Really kind of the main components of the park is a very large wetland, several acres, which is part of a much larger, almost 100-acre wetland system in this area. So, really sensitive, really valuable environmental feature on this property. We've got 2 streams that bisect the the site. South of the stream that runs east to west is a lot of steep topography, a lot of just really great habitat for a variety of animals and flora and fauna in there. Really, the southern portion of the site is pretty much undevelopable. We want to try to keep it as it is, and on that northern portion is where we see our most development opportunities for this site. So diving into the actual plan, as Emma said, we went through a lot of community engagement. We went through a lot of iterations. I'm not going to take your time with all those. Those are all in the report. But ultimately, what we ended up with was how can we get the community to this great feature, this wetland? How can we get them access to it? How can we get them to learn about it, learn about the different environmental aspects, while at the same time trying to protect it, because we know it is very valuable, it's very sensitive. So the ultimate, or the big feature of the site is what we're calling the Boomerang Boardwalk. The boardwalk is more than just a way to get from point A to point B. It's really more about an experience. It's about a place and a space. So it starts off at 10 foot wide at the edges. Again, that sort of typical access point, but then widens out to approximately 35 feet wide at the point. It's a place for parents and kids and students and educators to go out and actually see actually get to be able to experience the boardwalk and the wetland and to see what the space is. You can stop, you can move. It doesn't prevent one way or the other. So that's kind of our big draw of the park. And then again, as I said, in the northern section of the park is really our most developable space. So that's where we're kind of putting our emphasis on parking. We've got a small parking lot, about 30 cars or so. Really thinking as this more as a neighborhood community park, not so much a regional park. Of course, it'll draw from far out, but it's really focused on the neighborhoods. Within that area, we've also got a pre-engineered, prefabricated restroom, a pre-engineered, prefabricated shelter for picnics, a playground, more of the traditional play. One of the things that we're looking at that we heard from the community is a small basketball court, full up and down, but at a smaller size. So again, providing an opportunity for kids to play, but not drawing big games and that kind of thing. And then to get access to the southern side of the site, a series of trails that will run through the site. Also have a nature-based playground. They're kind of on the west or left side, just as you cross the creek. As that trail comes down, there'll be a nice little nature-based playground there for a variety of opportunities. We are trying to provide some opportunities for access to the creek for kids to get down there to, go stick their feet in the water, look for crawdads, that kind of thing. And then we wanted to make sure with the trail system that it was a loop so that you could get around the site easily, and it also connect to the greenway. Across Kyle Drive from us is a proposed residential development. I believe it's townhomes and apartments that's currently in their site plan review. And we've been coordinating with them throughout to make sure that we have the right driveway connections, the right greenway connections. And then we have on the southern end of the site, we'll kind of, rather than build the full greenway, we're going to try to make, some connections, because where the greenway plan goes now is really through a lot of wetlands and sensitive corridors, which also means really expensive. So we're trying to give an opportunity to connect to the neighborhood and then have a future greenway connection whenever that time may come. And then also adhering to city policy. All of our stormwater approaches are intended to be green infrastructure. So looking at rain gardens, the potential of pervious pavement in the parking lots. Really trying to think about, this is an environmentally sensitive site. How do we maintain that? How do we protect it? How do we advocate for that? And then finally, just educational signage throughout the park that will help, again, tell the story of the site. Here are a couple different images of what the park may look like. Nature play, again, more of the logs and the imaginative play. Traditional playground, what you would typically think of your post and platform. Kind of fun colors, using poured in place surfacing. So really thinking about universal design, accessible design. The boardwalk that gets you through, into the nature, access to nature to see the wetland. Green stormwater infrastructure, more than just a kind of a pond in the ground, but actually thinking about the aesthetics of it, using pollinator-friendly plants, that sort of thing. Educational signage, picnic shelter, we all know what those look like. And then the big component of this park is trying to integrate public art. So not sure what the public art will look like. Parks and Rec is already going through a process to solicit an artist for this project. So we'll be involved with them as that selection process moves on, but we want to make sure that public art is maintained throughout this site, and how that ends up being, we'll see, but it's going to be a fun process to get there. Just a couple of colored rendered images of what this might look like. Again, this is the kind of the restroom, shelter, playground, basketball court area. One of the things that you'll start to see is some of the more colorful tree, which is really to represent the idea of a food forest. We heard from the community the idea of a community garden. The more we got into it, the community garden approach didn't seem to fit here, just given a lot of the logistics of it. But the idea of a food forest, which is really the integration of plants, whether it be trees, shrubs, that provide food, whether it's for us humans or for the animals. It could be just blackberry bushes, herbaceous plants. Really trying to integrate these in key spots, especially along the trails. So looking for opportunities to provide in that sense. Budget is always a big thing. As Emma said, our overall budget was around $8.99 million. We've gone through some early cost estimating. We believe that we'll come in under budget as of today. But this is only the start of the project. We'll continue to work with staff to make sure that as we go through the process, as we go through our construction document and detailed design process, we're going to be checking costs along the way, not just once, not just twice, but at several steps along the way. So always working with staff to make sure that the project A stays in budget, and B, that the overall intent of the project is maintained. And then overall schedule, we're looking at, we'll start our schematic design process in a few weeks once the contract is finally executed and approved. We'll really take the last half of this year to start our schematic design, get our survey completed. Schematic design will go into the spring. We'll have another community engagement event where we'll work with the CAG to make sure that our design at that point still meets the intent, make sure that they're still happy with it. We'll have a community open house to speak to the broader community. And then I believe we come back to Parks, Recreation, Greenway Advisory Board, and as well as here for that schematic design approval. So again, a chance to check, make sure that the project meets intent of what the master plan shows and that we're within budget. And then we'll take that through. It'll be a long process, as we always know. That design takes, design and permitting takes, a year and a half. And then, but we believe that we'll still fall within the overall schedule that's dictated by the bond program. So, and then.
I had one follow-up question before he steps away. One thing you mentioned as a potential challenge was the coordination with 5000 Lewisburg Road. Is that also a potential opportunity?
Yeah, so we've been working with them so far. So just to elaborate a little bit more on the challenges is whichever project comes into permitting first kind of wins. So whoever comes in first has to, the other person has to sort of align with those. So the three major things that we're working through is driveway connections. Our driveways need to align, because otherwise if our driveways aren't aligned, you create unsafe conditions. So we want to make sure that our driveways are aligned appropriately. Second thing would be the greenway. They have a greenway connection coming down from Lewisburg Road. We want to make sure that there's a really good connection, appropriate connection from their greenway onto our site. It may not be exactly greenway alignment, but we'll at least have that connection, whether it's through sidewalk or multi-use path into the site. And then third is utilities. The water line currently stops, comes in on Kyle Drive to our west, stops short of our property. So whatever project comes through has to extend that water main through the site or through Kyle Drive for those connections. So those are the challenges. The opportunities are to work together and make sure that we can create a strong driveway connection, create a strong pedestrian connection. And we've had conversations with McAdams Group, who is working on those, or who's the engineer for those plans, and we've had continued conversations, and we'll continue to have conversations throughout to make sure that we're all aligned.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. Hello. Couple questions and then some comments. I wanted to ask if the Boomerang Boardwalk, which is beautiful and I'm very excited about, I I know our greenway bridges have to be built to a standard that allows emergency vehicles to cross. Will the Boomerang Boardwalk be built with those same standards?
So for emergency access to the southern portion of the site, we're actually going to be building this crossing right there. That's going to be our emergency. And then also off of Jalen Street here, that's the emergency access. So our maintenance vehicles will come along this stream access, and emergency will come down Jalen Street.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, actually, maybe I just had one question. So then that was that. Anyway, I love this. I love the food forest as a climate resiliency action. I think when you first started work on this, the data shows that the 5-minute radius of parks that the residents here are more likely to be non-English speakers and more likely to be low income than the city average. So I think like climate resiliency and food resiliency is really important. I think you threaded the needle just right on active uses versus passive uses. There are a lot of nature parks in District B, but having some like people park elements, I think, is really important. I've heard nothing but good things about the work of the CAG and how well they've worked on this project. I don't know if I told you this. This will be my mom's neighborhood park. She lives just out of the frame down there. And having watched you work on both this project and the News River Park, which is forthcoming, the way you've engaged with the community and really taken in all the feedback is really impressive. And so just big ups to you, Emma. Thanks for your work on this.
Thank
And
you.
I'm ready to approve at the appropriate time.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. A motion to approve the Kyle Drive. Oh, so, I'm sorry. I do have one question. Forgive me. At the last Parks Board meeting that I watched, there was a little bit of back and forth about the name. And
Yes.
so can you tell me how that thread closed out?
Yes. So right now we are open for public comment on the proposed name for Kyle Drive property, which will be the River Cane Wetland Park. And so at the September Parks Board meeting, they will be taking action on whether to approve that proposed name or not. And then this master plan will be revised with the new name.
Got it. Okay, understood. All right. With that, I motion to approve the Kyle Drive property park master plan.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, now we move on to public hearings. First, we have our public nuisance abatement property liens. So,
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. I have about 8 properties today that I'm bringing to you to adopt resolution to confirm the charges that were charged to clean up these properties. Number 1 here, we have 1425 Carolina Pines. This came from a complaint. The yard was overgrown and grass on the right-of-way. We did try several different avenues to contact the owner and never heard anything back from him. 2511 Garner Road, again, high grass. There were some mattresses that were laid on the property and grass growing into the sidewalk. No contact with the owner on this one. She did not reach out to us at all. And this is actually the 4th time we've written up this property since 2018. Three nuisance abatements, a little over $2,000. 781 Manchester Drive. This was also a complaint. This is one of those lots that a builder has purchased, and they're just kind of waiting for somebody to build a house on, and they weren't taking care of the lot, so no contact with the owner on that one also. 5917 Meadowlark. I believe this one's in the ETJ. This was a complaint for high grass. The property was vacant. No conversation with the owner. 333 Meredith Street. This is also a vacant house. This is the 8th time we've cut this grass or had a case on this property since 2018. It's almost $3,000. 1310 and 1312 Pool Road are right beside each other. They're both vacant lots. I think there was a group of folks that were sitting at the curb kind of using that area as a place to drop their trash. We did clean that up. no conversations with the owner about that one. And the last is Ricochet, and it was just high grass with that one. Also, no conversations with the owner. If you have any questions.
Madam Mayor. Definitely thank you for this. And just to really dig in, when you say no conversation with the owners, is we've reached out, we've sent, I guess you sent certified letters?
Right, so the nuisance code lays out with public nuisances, we send them a first-class letter. We also post the property with the same information when we go out there for the initial inspection. That's all the nuisance code requires us to do, but we kind of dig a little bit further and look for email addresses and phone numbers, and we talk to, we can look at utility bills and find phone numbers that way and reach out to we make phone calls and leave voicemails and do anything we can do to contact the owner.
Okay. And I will say, just for council's awareness, for properties 1310 and 1312, I've received a lot of calls about activities in the area, and I think inspections, you all have been out there, RPD's been out there dealing with some concerns. So this one, I know we dealt with this situation, but I think it's still getting a lot of attention and trying to clean up, because trust me, the community continues to send emails and calls.
We'll continue to have staff monitor that area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Black?
I actually had a question about that specific site, because you said it's people that are using it as a dumping ground.
I think it was more just people that were hanging out right there closer to those two lots were kind of just throwing their trash back into
I don't know where this is, but is there trash receptacles nearby?
There's no house.
Oh, there's no house?
Yeah, there's just two vacant
Yeah,
lots.
this is kind of near the split of New Bern Avenue and Pool Road. If you Google the 1300s block of Pool Road, you'll find some interesting articles there as well.
Can we put a trash receptacle there? Is that possible?
Not on private property.
Like on the sidewalk?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of, I think, trash in the area. I mean, with trash receptacles in the area, because I know a store across the street that has a big dumpster that sits there. So, but yeah, I mean, I think staff, that's something they can look into. I think there's a bus stop not far from there as well.
Yeah.
And I know at our bus stops, they're constantly putting out new trash receptacles as well.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's a valid question. Yeah.
Okay. No one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearings. Megan, I'm sorry, didn't see your hand.
That's all right. On the 1213 Ricochet, it looks like it might be owned by a rental agency, but judging by the car in your photo, it does seem occupied. When you're doing outreach, are you doing outreach to property owners only or also the tenants?
So the letter that goes on the door with the property that we post, that's usually like the tenant's copy.
Okay.
And then the official letter that goes in the mail goes to the owner of record on Wake County tax records.
Okay. Okay.
And if it's a business, we also notify the registered agent.
Okay.
Okay. Hearing has been open and closed. Do we have a motion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z 7222 South Blunt Street.
Good afternoon, Council. Robert Tate, Planning and Development. You last heard this request back in July, and at that time, the public hearing was continued to allow the applicant additional time to submit some conditions. Since then, they have provided some signed conditions to be considered today. Those signed zoning conditions respond to staff comments, and those conditions were provided last Friday. These changes from the unsigned conditions ensure enforceability and provide some clarity in the language. The 4 conditions you see here are not new to you, but did clean up a little bit from when you last saw them. So the second one, you see that last line is removed. You'll find a new condition on the next slides replacing that one. And the 4th condition there was an address error with the vibration-sensitive equipment, so that's been corrected as well. So the next 4 conditions that I will go over, the first would establish a development scenario where the max building height can be no taller than 68 feet above the Prince Hall Masonic building. So that essentially provides a maximum height of approximately 7 stories. So different from the 12 stories that would be allowed in the DX 12 district. The next condition was removed from the second condition and separated, which would provide at least a 75% of the non-glazed area on the first 3 stories of the structure to be red brick. And this next condition would require arched windows on the second and third floor of the Blunt Street facade. That's a new condition that you did not see before. And the last condition would essentially require a visual enhancement to the north-facing wall of any new building. So whether that be paint or any type of articulation would be required there. Sorry. So the change here is a change in units going up to 13 from 6, and also the maximum building feet being 15,000 square feet approximately. So a reduction from when you saw it last due to that height being reduced.
I'm sorry, repeat that last part.
So because of the new condition number 5, the entitlement and development potential on the site has been reduced from when you saw it last. So from the 12 stories to 7 stories, reduced the maximum units and the maximum building square feet.
Okay.
So lastly, this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future land use map, and urban form map. I am available for any questions you have, and I know I have historic preservation staff with us as well.
Councilmember Branch.
Definitely thank you for this information and presentation. One of the questions I have, when we look at the 68 feet is equivalent to what, 4 stories? So 68, so 4 plus the current, do we know the current height of the existing 3 stories?
Give me 1 second.
Does anybody?
Don't
think so.
Like of the Masonic Temple.
Of the Masonic Temple.
Good afternoon, Herbert Griffin, Fire Chief. Normally 75 feet equates to 4 stories or a little higher, considered mid-rise. Anything over 75 feet is considered high-rise.
Right. So right now we have the Masonic Lodge, which is there, which is roughly, if you look at it, it says 3 stories. But do we know what that is in feet? Because it's an older building.
It'll be a guesstimation if it's 12-foot ceilings. Okay. Right. If it's commercial, it can only be 8 to 12 feet max.
Okay.
So roughly 36 to 40 feet.
Okay. So regardless of this additional 68 feet with the existing building, it would be 7 stories?
Now, once again, if it's over 75 feet, it's going to be considered a large building high-rise. So if they're telling you over 75 feet, this is a high-rise, it's not a mid-rise.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about rise. I'm just buying them if, yeah.
The way the condition is written, it's saying 68 feet above the existing structure. And so your question is about how tall is the existing structure? What's the total square footage, right? So what Robert said is we're estimating probably about 7 stories based on the 68 feet plus the existing 3 stories.
Okay. All right. And I guess my question for the Historic Commission, there's a lot of there are a lot of questions about height in this area. With this coming down, does that meet some of those standards? Because there was a lot of things from the Historic Commission that objected around height.
I think that remains to be seen. I would be really hesitant to comment on the outcome of a quasi-judicial matter.
Okay. Is anyone, I guess?
In advance. I don't know if the attorney's office wants to comment on that or not.
Okay.
You're trying to assess if RHDC would have a more favorable view of this
Of
case
the-
with these conditions as opposed to the ones they consider.
Exactly.
So,
We couldn't begin to offer an opinion on that.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a head nod, a little informal head nod from the audience.
Oh, yeah, good.
So with the COA process, as Bina mentioned, is a quasi-judicial hearing. The commission is tasked with determining if a proposal meets the special character of the district and also is in accordance with the design guidelines for Raleigh historic landmarks and districts. When looking at the special character of the district, currently the tallest structure is the Prince Hall building. So that is the neighborhood evidence that they would be relying on to perhaps, weigh the application. Currently, the guidelines suggest that new construction should be within 10% of the height of existing contributing structures. So that, I think, is probably where that discussion would go.
Okay. All right. And my last question would be, don't leave yet. As far as the facade changes,
Can
or
I
can they not?
just clarify, this request would remove the overlay. They are not obligated to pursue the certificate of approval.
Granted, yeah, and I'm aware of that.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm
I just wanna
completely
make sure
aware of
we're
that.
all on the same page.
Yeah,
Okay, super.
I'm completely aware of that. I'm just trying to get some of the character of it, even though the overlay will be removed. So with the changes also as far as taking the 75% off, I think that was item number 2. If they could, can you slide that up? Staff, can you slide this up to the first two conditions? There you go. The part that's marked out, but with the changes are made, how does that?
Yes, so this revised condition is tied to number 6.
Right.
And I think that is likely very comparable with what is present in the neighborhood, especially along Blunt Street.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I don't want to overcomplicate things, but we don't measure buildings by height and story anymore, right? So if they had done a cap to 7 stories, they arguably could have built it as tall as they wanted. If it was a 7-story zoning condition,
Well, it's a 12-story base district, so that limit would be there.
I was just trying to understand why they did it by height instead of stories, but height would actually puts an upper limit on how tall this thing could be, whereas if they did stories, there may not have been one.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, because they could have 20-foot,
Right. Maybe
A lot of the
economically
size
it wouldn't
things
have
are
worked,
practical,
but capping it on height guarantees that it will not be
They're
bigger than a
narrowing
7.
down
Yes,
the
thank you.
outcome, yes.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, so just, a lot of these conditions are written in a very sort of specific and legalese type of way, but basically the first 3 stories have to be matching in height to the existing Masonic temple. They can be made of glass, and anything that's not glass has to be, so 75% of what is not glass has to be red brick, and they get 1 signature window, but all the other windows have to have the arch, and then they can plop 4 additional stories on top of that. Did that summarize it in plain language?
That's right.
Cool. Awesome. Great. And then on the back, and one of the big criticisms that was in the COA summary, the big criticisms were that there was going to be a big blank wall facade.
North-facing wall, right.
And so the condition here says they have to improve it in some way. It has to have real windows or doors, fake windows or doors, a living wall, public art, some other thing that makes it non-blank.
That's right.
Okay. Perfect. Just
And I did want to mention briefly, the 5th condition about the maximum building height only applies if the Prince Hall building is not demolished.
So if it's demolished, what happens?
Then the base district of DX12 would take precedent.
Okay. So we have spent a lot of time on this case. It was in committee. They've come back and done a lot of the things that we've recommended. The public hearing is still open, but we have finished public comment on this. So I was waiting to see what conditions were offered. So right now, we have a decision to make now that these signed conditions have been submitted. So, I'm sorry, what?
I was just verifying with the clerk the date of the comment, since there were some questions.
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I think the applicant has an exhibit that I think might be useful to illustrate kind of what all this means and would look like. I think it would be useful to see it. I don't know if it'd be possible to add a minute on each side, just so we have a chance to see that exhibit, if you're open to it.
There has been no public comment on this. It was deferred in July with no comments made. The 8 minutes has not been allotted to either side.
8 minutes for both sides. No, we did that several months ago. I've just verified that with the clerk. That was, public comment was held 8 minutes per side, and the time was exhausted.
There was no talk about demolishing the Prince Hall building.
So, going to bring this back to the table.
Is the applicant here? I just have one question. What are the intentions of the Prince Hall building?
I would ask that the audience please refrain from shouting out. Thank you.
There is no plan for the Prince Hall Lodge building. That was responding to the fact that the height concern was related to this site's relationship to that neighboring building, so that if it went away, that concern would go away. This application obviously is not related to that site. There's no control of that site.
Okay, and the owners of the Prince Hall building still own the Prince Hall building, the current owners?
I've not heard differently.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Black.
So the proposal is still
The vacant lot.
removing the Prince Hall overlay district on this property?
On the vacant lot, the
On
dirt,
Which is where the.
right beside the Prince Hall building.
Which is where they want to build.
Right.
All right,
Yeah, so, I mean, this one has not been an easy one. I think we've gone back and forth with a lot of conversations, have had conversations with council members on how to move on this case. One of the big things that we heard was, the height, coming down on the height. Again, my main focus has been on the dirt that's beside it, the vacant lot. That's what this case pertains to. It pertains to the dirt on there because they have two separate addresses. So with that being the case, and you said it's closed, the hearing is now closed?
I'm going to close the hearing. So it is now closed.
With that being the case, if there's no other questions from any other council members, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 20th, 2024, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described and the agenda items under recommended action.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So that was approved 6-2 with Councilmember Black and Jones opposed. Thank you. Excuse me, I'm going to have to.
He said it was going to become one building.
I'm going to have to ask that you be removed if you continue shouting. Thank you.
I mean, I'm leaving, but this was a scam. I mean, Megan, you want to us out saying you did it again.
Could you please?
You did it again.
We're not here for your performative theater, sir.
You running a scam right now. The man said that
Okay, next we have, I'm asking for you to be escorted, and you could be charged with trespassing if you don't leave. Thank you. All right, next we have rezoning Z8322 Hillsboro Street and Turner Street.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is a request for an assemblage of parcels on Hillsboro Street and Turner Street, just under 4 acres in size, currently split zoned with several neighborhood mixed-use districts with a height of 3 stories and 5 stories to a split zone of commercial mixed use, 7 stories conditional use with a urban limited frontage on the portion fronting on Hillsboro Street. So we'll situate ourselves, this is near the intersection of Hillsboro Street and Gorman Street, in between Meredith College and NC State Campus, a portion of Hillsboro Street where there are commercial uses, restaurants, gas stations, smoke shops, and then varying scales of residential to the north and to the east. So zooming in a little bit, you can see the site. Turner Street runs along the south and east of the site. It ends but doesn't connect to Gorman Street. Gorman Street is about 20 feet higher in elevation. On the Hillsboro Street portion is a restaurant that used to be the Arby's with the sort of iconic sign. And then there's a smoke shop in that portion of the site. And then residences sort of along here. And then an electrical substation to the east, directly to the east. One more thing to point out is an access easement for a transmission line that runs through the site roughly there. You can see what that looks like on Hillsboro Street looking west, and then at that turn of Turner Street looking at the houses that are currently on the site. So the request is for additional height and a switch from neighborhood mixed use to commercial mixed use. The zoning conditions, which I'll go over in a minute, do cap non-residential use and retail sales specifically. So a lot of the increase in entitlement is in residential units. The 2 numbers here under existing zoning are under the conventional development option and the frequent transit development option. So the zoning conditions that are proposed restrict some uses under commercial mixed use, including a lot of the vehicle-oriented uses. It would also prohibit drive-through, drive-in, and a few other land uses as well. And then there are several conditions pertaining to building materials, requiring certain materials for the facade, and then prohibiting some as siding materials. There's a condition restricting non-residential land uses, and then also within that, restricting office, research and development, and retail sales use. Condition 6 restricts the height, so this is they're requesting 2 7-story districts, but the height south of the transmission line easement would be limited to 5 stories. And then the remainder of the conditions apply if a Tier 3 site plan that includes one of several scenarios is submitted. And those are apartment building type with at least 25 units, 50,000 square feet of non-residential uses or more, or a 50-room hotel. And so these conditions would establish a minimum rate of vehicle parking spaces per residential unit of 0.5. Would also require electrical car charging stations at several rates by the non-residential use and number of residential units that are, or hotel rooms that are provided. It would require 2 outdoor amenity areas in that transmission line easement and establish minimum sizes and components that would need to be included in those amenity areas. And then if a residential development is chosen with at least 25 apartment units, at least 3 of all those dwelling units would be dedicated as affordable, and that's at a rate of 80% of area median income or less for at least 18 years. And then the final condition pertains to the current residential tenants. The property owners would provide at least 100 days written notice before termination of any leases due to redevelopment of the property. So future land use map designation on the site is a commercial, community mixed use. The requested district, especially with the height limitation of 5 stories, is consistent with that designation. There's a number of urban form map designations on the site, inclusion of an urban limited frontage on the transit emphasis corridor portion that fronts that is consistent with that designation. And the request is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. These are the policies triggered here. Components of the request that these speak to are kind of more compact development, the mix of uses that would be continue to be allowed on the site, increasing housing entitlement, especially near places of higher learning, and then the inclusion of the frontage along the front of the property. There are 2 inconsistent policies. These both speak to height. The first would want to see no more than 3 stories on that back part of the property that is across the street from other existing residential. And then the second is from the Cameron Village, Hillsboro Street small area plan. And that plan provided very specific guidance for the site of CX5. So the request does include heights in excess of that, so it's inconsistent with that policy. And then just a reminder that the Planning Commission did recommend approval in a split vote. The opposing votes, commission members cited the building height, the potential for displacement of the current residents, and some conversation about bike connectivity in the area. And with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Jones, then Harrison.
I just want a clarification. When you said hotel, could they choose to build a hotel instead of residential units?
Yes.
So if they chose to be a hotel, would all the conditions that are related to affordability go away because it's a hotel?
That's right. The condition about affordable units is tied to a proposal for a apartment.
Okay,
use.
thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Harrison.
And just to clarify on the apartments, is there any other type that could be more than 25 units besides an apartment type for residential?
I don't know for sure, but as soon as you start stacking units, that becomes an apartment building type. So I don't believe there's enough space on the site for something like townhomes.
Okay.
In excess of that, yeah.
And could you tell me about what's required for the frontage in terms of bike lanes? I'm real familiar with that area, that corner, Gorman and Hillsboro Street, and just how kind of odd it can be in various turns that folks are making. And there's a lot of folks that do use it for biking because then you can get on the Greenway and go through Meredith, and then there's a protected bike lane on one part of Gorman. So what would have to be built here on the street, or would it, whatever is there already stay the same?
That's a good question. Let me check my notes. Can I have transportation staff up?
Good afternoon. Adil Chima with Transportation. So your question was about the Hillsboro Street frontage. So it's designated as a three-lane avenue divided. So it would require, with parallel parking. So it would require 8-foot sidewalk, 5-foot bike lane with a 3.5 foot.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
With the Tier 3 site plan, it would require 8-foot sidewalk, 5-foot bike lane, and a 3.5-foot buffer.
Okay, so the regular bike lane, I'm just trying to remember what's there right now.
So it does have sidewalk, but doesn't have bike lanes as yet.
Okay.
It's 3 lanes with a center turn lane, so no divider at the moment, no median at the moment.
Okay, and then is there an option or I don't know how this is decided when we add protection to the bike lanes. And I know we're going to have a conversation about this in our transit committee next month.
I think that would be sort of determined at the site plan stage, and I would this would be too early to figure out at this stage.
So there are site plans that protected bike lanes are added to by default sometimes?
I would have to check. I don't have that answer for you at this moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, just it seems rare, so
Yeah.
that would be, if that was actually just an automatic thing, I'd be curious to learn about it.
Right.
Councilmember Ford.
Quick question. Can you go back to condition number 9? Just an odd question for me, but is CP&L still a legal entity in North Carolina? Because isn't it Duke Energy at this point?
As far as I know, but
Yeah, it is. I was like, I around like 30 years ago.
Yes, Councilmember Ford. I think my expectation would be the CP&L easement rights were acquired by Duke Progress when they had their merger, and so the consent would have to come from Duke Energy.
Right, so you need to change that on here then, right?
I think just based on the nature of real property law, I'm guessing the chain of title shows CP&L as a predecessor owner of the easement rights. I think technically it's probably sufficient, but we can take a look at it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Showing my age.
The age and the lawyer. Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm just going back to the bike lane question. I know there was something from Planning Commission about concern of lack of bicycle connectivity. Can anyone speak to that?
Commissioner Peeler was interested in the connection from the south side of the site to Gorman Street and the bicycle facility on Gorman, and held true to that despite the grade change between the Gorman Street facility and the site of the elevation of the south side of the site. So generally, we believe that to be physically impossible given the bridge at Gorman Street over the railroad is high there, right? And the site is low in the back. It slopes down to the south away from Hillsboro Street. So physical connectivity seems very unlikely, but he was still very interested in that concept.
Okay, yeah, I'm more interested in it on the Hillsboro Street side. I think that's the more typical path. I don't know if you have anything to add, Bynum, on when we add protected bike lanes or not.
I do not. No.
Okay, thank you.
And he may answer the question on walking. Is this a NCDOT road as well?
It is.
Okay.
Yes. So Paul Calm here, Transportation Director. So just to give a little context on protected bike lanes. So I'm going to pick on the 400H building, which is over here on Hillsboro Street, basically a couple blocks from here. So an entire block. So we would typically go in and incorporate the protected bike lanes like that. But I would just say from a continuity standpoint, when you've got limited frontage, we probably would not do that. We just would look at things more holistic, with a larger project.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm curious, do we have any plans to reassess protected bike lanes for Hillsboro Street? I know it's been a conversation, and there are some real challenges with that in certain parts of the street. There's just not enough room. But on this spot, this area, I wonder if there is, at least for some part of it.
We probably do on this section. Like I say, as you get closer into town across from NC State, if you go back in time here about 10 years ago, it's very limited what we can do through that area. But I would say as you get further out, we've got the ability probably to look at some more protected infrastructure out that way.
I'll leave that conversation for the Transit Committee meeting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have Worth Mills representing the applicant, and we have 2 people signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Worth Mills here on behalf of City Plat LLC. Just to start off before we jump into the specifics, we would respectfully request a continuance of this case to September 17th in order to update conditions. So far, the conditions that we want to update include amending our affordable housing condition so that it reads as 5% of all units at 60% AMI. We would like to include native species plantings within our outdoor amenity area. We would incorporate the separated bike lane infrastructure, maybe subject to city and NCDOT approval, given what we just heard, and some form of height reduction on the south side of the power easement. This request would rezone 14 properties just under 4 acres from a mix of NX3, NX3 Urban Limited, and NX5 Urban Limited conditional use to commercial use, 7 stories, Urban Limited on the north side, no frontage on the south side, both conditional use. We think this is a great spot for additional housing given its proximity to both Meredith and to NC State. It's consistent with the future land use map. It's within the core of a mixed-use center and along a transit emphasis corridor. This is the power easement that Hannah mentioned in her presentation. No vertical improvements are permitted, especially no buildings in that area. So full development of this site is going to be split between 2 buildings, one north of the power easement and one south of the power easement. That Duke substation is immediately across the street. We've got commercial uses along Hillsboro Street and a mix of single family and duplex student housing rentals on the Turner Street frontage. Here's a representation of the current zoning districts. Most of the properties on the back of Turner are zoned NX3. The northeast properties zoned that NX5 Urban Limited, and the Arby's is zoned neighborhood mixed use, 3 stories Urban Limited. This is our proposed zoning districts. Again, the Urban Limited on the northern half, no frontage on the southern half, although just given the constraints we have, any building on the south side is going to be pushed towards Turner Street. And this shows our building height maximums. Again, 7 stories north, 5 stories south. We are looking at ways to reduce that building height on the south side of that easement. The site is within a community mixed use future land use map designation. It is within a mixed use center on the urban form map. Those height recommendations on their own would recommend up to 12 stories, up to 5 stories on the backside. Again, we are modifying the height on the south side to reduce the impacts to those other single family and duplex rentals south of our site along Turner Street to mitigate any impacts with regards to massing. As mentioned, this site is within the Cameron Village, Hillsboro Street Small Area Plan. Our assemblage plus the homes south on the southern side of Turner Street are designated as CX5. So we are trying to get as close to that as possible. We've got the height recommendations of table LU2 with the Cameron Village, Hillsboro Street Small Area Plan height recommendations. We think the 7 stories on the north is a good compromise, and again, looking to lower that massing on the south side. Hannah covered our zoning conditions. We did perform a TIA, although we were not required to during the rezoning stage, given the net increase in traffic We studied 6 intersections. The Furchess and Hillsboro and Furchess and Clark intersections were requested by neighbors, so we included those earlier this year. A lot of data on these next few slides. The one thing I do want to note is that of all the intersections that we studied, any delays between the 2027 no build scenario and the 2027 build scenario, no one intersection had an increased delay of more than 6 seconds. A lot of those delays were 1, 2, 3 seconds. So the impacts that this development has on the street network along West Raleigh should be minimal. Again, this case is consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the future land use map, the urban form map. Again, would respectfully request that we defer any decision to September 17th in order to allow us to update those zoning conditions. And again, that's increasing the affordable housing, including a separated bike lane subject to city and NCDOT approval, including native species in our outdoor amenity space, and lowering the height on the southern side of the Duke Power easement, and potentially updating the language of that Duke Power easement as well. Happy to answer any questions. Appreciate the time. Appreciate working with the neighbors. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just one question for you, Worth. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing to connect with the community and respond to, the work that folks have done to plan in the area. Curious on the hotel option. It just kind of came to me in the discussion. Thanks, Councilmember Jones, for the question. Would you all cap the hotel height? Because what I'm thinking is we lose the affordability contribution if there's a hotel. So I would be curious about that if you were going to go with a hotel. And you all haven't talked with me about that, so I don't think that's what you're looking for, but you never know.
We are not contemplating a hotel here. I need to go back through and determine why that was included. I think that may have been some discussion with planning staff to make sure that we are covering our bases in terms of all different types of uses that may require electric vehicle charging stations. Could you repeat the question on the height of a
so
potential
if
hotel?
this case was to be approved and you got the height and you did a hotel, there wouldn't be any affordable housing required.
That's correct. I wouldn't anticipate there being any sort of price reduction if a hotel was built, but again, I don't.
So my request is that if you want to keep a hotel as a use, that you maintain it in the the current heights that you have for this site.
I see what you're saying.
If you want that as an option.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the best way to make that change. But again, a hotel is not contemplated at this time.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, now we have Donna Bailey and Holden Matthews signed up.
Could I just make one clarification on the topic of when the affordability applies and when it doesn't? I want to make sure it's clear that the condition is written such that it applies if a apartment building type is built. So a non-residential, a general or mixed-use building type, that affordability would also not apply.
I think I had a couple minutes, and I did want to explain this as well. So there's a reason that we had this threshold of development for some of these conditions that apply to a more global project. There are a few third-party property owners who have joined in this rezoning along with City Plat and currently still own their properties. If for some reason they decided that they wanted to build a duplex or tear down their existing single-family home, build something new on that similar lot, I did not want to hold them to a whole group of standards that were really intended to deal with a intense multifamily development, if that makes sense.
Okay, could we reset the timer, please? Thank you.
Can I ask a question before my time starts? If this is going to be, you're pushing
it off again. If I didn't use all my time, will I get to speak at the next one?
If there's time left.
If there's time
There's
left.
time
Okay.
left.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out. All right, Z, my name's Donna Bailey. I want to show this is another. I want to go back for just a minute and just tell you about the how the Hillsboro Street small area plan came about. This is a city plat-owned property that was voted for 7 stories at a 5-story height. Mary Ann will remember this case well. She was the 5th vote on this. So nothing's been happening with this site. It was rezoned 10 years ago. City Plat hasn't owned it the whole time, but it's been a problem. So what I want to say is that case was so problematic that the city then invested 3 years and $300,000 to add the Hillsboro Street Small Area Plan to the Cameron Village. So the Small Area Plan had a tremendous amount of community support, took a long time, and the plan is only 6 years old. The Small Area Plan is part of the comp plan. So this is something I don't understand, and they say it's consistent, but when the Small Area Plan is within the comp plan, it's not consistent. So, but I do want to say, Worth and I'm representing a group of people, we've been talking and we're very, very close to, some of the issues were, all right, small area plan, 3 to 5 stories. This location is a little unusual. And again, this was rezoned to 5 stories and 3 stories 6 years ago. Transitions within the small area plan are very important, and no more than 3 stories adjacent. Okay, this is the same map, and as you can see, this is the parcel right there. This is just showing it already was rezoned. This is the street. You've already seen that. What's significant, there's 2 things that are significant about where they want to upzone. It's that it's the south part of Hillsboro Street, which is on the NC State side, so it's not backing up like the north side backs up into all residential. This is a very funky corner. But on the very back side of Turner Street here, these are all relatively new single-family homes. They've been rebuilt or something. There's a new one. So I don't want to just make this like throw it away. So what I've asked the applicant is just in the very rear along Turner Street, if they would come down to 4 stories at a 3-story height. I think that's a very good compromise. The rest of the building up to the power lines can be 5. The 7 stories in front, a reason to go beyond what the small area plan originally requested is if there's significant community benefits. We're losing 11 NOAA houses, but if they do 5% affordable housing at 60% AMI for 30 years, this would offer approximately 20 affordable units, real affordable units. And I think that is worth going to 7 stories. So it's not saying that the whole area plan this is just this parcel, where it's located, and they can get the extra height in front, but make a transition to the back. So does anybody have any questions from me? Okay, thank you. Thank you all for letting me reach out to you earlier, and I think, we're getting somewhere. Oh, and I want to reserve my time for next time.
We got it. Holden Matthews signed up. Is Holden here? Okay. All right. So we have, if we could just note time left, and we will continue this at our next meeting on not the next meeting, but you asked for the 17th, correct? Yes, ma'am. Okay. We could continue this to the 17th. All right, next we have rezoning Z5523. This is computer drive assemblage.
Hey, good afternoon. Bronwyn Reedus, Planning and Development. So this next case is rezoning Z5523, the computer drive assemblage. The request is to rezone approximately 18 acres from office mixed use 3 stories with a special highway overlay district to office mixed use 20 stories with conditions with a special highway overlay district. The request is consistent with the future land use map, inconsistent with urban form, and consistent with the comp plan overall. And Planning Commission recommended approval 6-4. Here's a look at the site and the surrounding area. So this is in the Midtown area. You can see it is bounded by the I-440 Beltline, Six Forks Road, and Computer Drive. The site is made up of 7 individual parcels. You can see they are kind of each individually built out. There's the State Employees Credit Union and several medical office buildings on the site today. You can see the area is a mix of different scales of residential neighborhoods and also some commercial office and institutional uses. So a lot of mix of uses in this area. Here's another view of the site, just trying to give some perspective on heights in the area. Here's some views of the site from street frontages. So the first view is on Six Forks Road and the second on Computer Drive. And there are 9 proposed conditions here, so bear with me as I go through them one by one. The first condition prohibits some uses that are otherwise allowed in OX. The second condition sets a limit of 500,000 square feet for office uses. Third condition sets a limit of 150,000 square feet for retail uses. The fourth condition sets a maximum of 2,100 residential units. The fifth condition requires a maximum building height of 80 feet within 100 feet of Six Forks Road. And the sixth condition requires green frontage standards to apply along that same Six Forks Road frontage. Condition number 7 requires the property owner to dedicate at least 10% of units constructed beyond the 954th unit as affordable to the 80% area median income for at least 10 years, or allows the option to pay $40,000 per unit rather than dedicating those deed restricted units. The 8th condition, this one's pretty wordy here, but the gist is that future development will be required to complete a downstream stormwater impact analysis, and if proven to be of benefit to downstream properties, to treat stormwater for the 10, or the 2, the 10, the 25, the 50, and 100-year storms. And then the final condition here is a requirement for the development to include 2 green stormwater infrastructure measures to treat a minimum of 15% of the water quality volume coming from the site, and also requires educational signage that's publicly accessible to be installed at those GSI measures. Here's a look at the change in entitlement with the request. So you can see there is an increase in residential units and actually a decrease in entitlement for office square footage and retail square footage. So the requested zoning is consistent with the future land use designation of office and residential mixed use. And there is a lot of urban form guidance for this site. It's within a city growth center, a frequent transit area, and it also has a parkway corridor designation along the 440 Beltline and a transit emphasis corridor designation along Six Forks Road. So the existing special highway overlay district is consistent with that parkway corridor designation. It's going to require a landscaped buffer along the 440 Beltline. Condition number 6, which requires the green frontage along the Six Forks Road frontage, is consistent with the recommendation of the transit emphasis corridor. There has been no frontage requested for Computer Drive, being that the site is within a frequent transit area and a city growth center. There is an opportunity there to provide an urban frontage, would be recommended by policy, to promote walkability and connect people to the existing transit on Six Forks Road, which is planned to be frequent transit in the future. The area is within the Midtown Special Area Plan. It gives some additional guidance for zoning frontage and height. You can see the Midtown Plan recommends the green frontage along Six Forks Road, and then the majority of the site is recommended for 20 stories. There is a little sliver of the site along Six Forks Road that is recommended for 3 stories. So that condition that we went over earlier that requires 80 feet within 100 feet of Six Forks Road, 80 feet is comparable to about 5 stories. So that is inconsistent with this specific recommendation in the Midtown Plan. So the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the future land use map, but inconsistent with the urban form map. A number of consistent policies highlighted here. Page 2 of those consistent policies. And there are inconsistent policies flagged due to the height that I just spoke about along Six Forks Road, and then that frontage along Computer Drive. The Planning Commission did find approval reasonable and in the public interest because the request would increase the amount of housing that could be built on the site in proximity to future frequent transit service. The request may result in some deed-restricted affordable units, which would increase accessibility in this area, which has good access to employment opportunities, goods, and services. And then it also may result in stormwater mitigation above and beyond what is required by the UDO. Now, there were 4 opposing votes, so I wanted to highlight the reasons for those opposing votes. So reasons were concern over the lack of frontage requirements along Computer Drive, concern that zoning condition number 7, which is that one that deals with affordable housing, will not be actualized or have real impact. Concern that the affordability term of 10 years is not consistent with the city's other incentives that require 30 years of affordability. And then concern for on-site public green space and concern that there may be a lack of it. So that concludes staff overview. I'm happy to answer any questions for staff before you open the public hearing.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein, 301 Fayetteville Street. I'm here on behalf of Atlas Stark, and we have our team with us here today, including Gabe Gawa and Hunter Defus. I'm also aware that there's 2 other members of the public, Larry Helfont and Cash Sharon, who would like to speak in support. So I'm going to try to limit my comments to 5 minutes and leave them the balance of the time. So I might go quickly, but if I miss anything, please just stop me and ask any questions. Bronwyn did a great job in summarizing this case of 18 acres just south of North Hills, bordered by Six Forks and 440. And the vision for this rezoning is to take an aging office park and revitalize it into a place where people can not only work, but have somewhere to shop, have somewhere to eat in a way that complements other major shopping centers, while aligning the most important guiding principle that we followed, which is the Midtown Area Plan. And I'd like to congratulate and thank Larry and Cass for being such good partners in raising those concerns up front, emphasizing the Midtown Area Plan so that it could guide our discussions throughout this case. And meeting 5 minutes might not be so hard because really it's a recitation of what the Midtown Area Plan requires. So I'll go into the current proposed entitlement, just noting that Bronwyn highlighted this is actually a downzoning of sorts, and what we've done is limited office and retail, which are often the higher generators of traffic, in lieu of basically doubling our potential residential residential entitlement here. Now, we've done that because the actual amount of, as you can see, the square footage could be a tremendous amount of development, but it would be sprawl. It would be spread across the acreage. And so by consolidating those footprints and going higher, we can really hope to attract some interesting food and beverage tenants. And we're doing that again in consistency with the Midtown Area Plan. This plan on your screen has been the guiding policy for the height and transitions throughout the area. Most of the purple area, as you can see there, is designated as 20 stories for recommended height. So we have our 20-story designation. And then the condition that Bronwyn mentioned along Six Forks that's recommended for 3 stories, we've actually made that at 80 feet, but you can see that there's a stream running through it. And so instead of spreading 3 stories across the entire site, we're going to have to move out of the way of that stream and the topo. And so we're going to be closer to 5 stories. And so with that, I'd really like to emphasize how those Midtown area policies apply here, noting that stormwater infrastructure was thought about from the beginning. We've added 2 conditions that deal with the post-development condition that Bronwyn highlighted, up to the 100-year storm if it benefits the property. The second was the green stormwater infrastructure, not only included, but made sure it's sized to the 15%. And if that sounds familiar, it's because it mimics the condition that Atlas Stark brought before with the South Wilmington Street case that was approved earlier last year. The land use transitions for height, the 20 stories and 80 feet are respected under that APT MT 11. And importantly, the height consistencies are echoed throughout the plan, and really stating that if it's consistent, it should be deemed consistent overall with the comprehensive plan policy. So we're not in a situation where we have to do any kind of matching. We really are consistent straight up the fairway with those height policy guidances. But to the extent the council would find that we aren't, we've gone ahead and added those significant public benefits, including this green stormwater infrastructure, as well as the affordable housing. And this is an important one. You really have not had any cases in districts A or E that have brought forward a case that matches the Midtown area policy in your term. The only one before this time was the Navajo Road case, which did have a less amount of units because it was a smaller site. And so we've done is taken our entitlement based on the envision analysis and committed to 10% of units constructed after the 954th unit would be affordable to households earning 80% AMI for 10 years. We had a great discussion about this at Planning Commission. There were comments about this going further, but the overall sentiment was don't hold this case up when it can provide a meaningful amount of units, which could be up to 115 units of affordability. And if you want to revisit the policy, do so in the normal course of the policy, and we think that's the right move here. And so with that, you'll see the conditions that are coming forward today. We were trying to address conditions that were suggested at Planning Commission to add an urban limited frontage along Computer Drive, as well as revised language in the stormwater condition per the request of the City Attorney's Office. We've drafted those, they're ready to go, and if the council's preference is to continue this to September 3rd, we can have those in by Friday for action on the 3rd. I just wanted to note some of the constraints along Six Forks where we really can't limit ourselves to that 3-story because of the not only the riparian stream, but the topographic challenges in that area. But we're still committing to that green frontage, which is recommended by the Midtown Area Plan and the comprehensive plan. Also wanted to note, in addition to the Computer Drive frontage that we're willing to add, there are built-in transitions in your code that would force us to step the building back and set it back from the road that provide those additional protections. And so with that, we're excited to bring this forward, a case that really is just straight up the fairway in line with your Midtown area plan, also in an area that promotes positive equity and climate change analysis with percentages just off the charts of where you want to place people for work. And so we look forward to sharing our time with both Larry and Cass, who are in support of this case, and we thank them for their support throughout, and look forward to coming back with a hopeful approval on the 3rd. Thank you.
Okay, there's 2 minutes and change left, so.
Okay, I'm going to be super quick. My name is Cass Sharon. My husband and I live in the 5 Points area in District E. As I did at the June Planning Commission meeting, I'm here today to speak in favor of affordable housing as part of this post-development. But I think as it stands now, we can do better, and I hope we can do better. I'd like to see us increase the number of units and reduce the percentage of the AMI, as well as increase the period of time that would be available. This proposal provides an important opportunity to provide more affordable housing, particularly because it's on the frequent transit corridor. So I'm really here hoping that we can find a way to make that happen. This project provides us a rich opportunity to move toward the city's 2026 goal of 5,700 affordable housing units. And I'm heartened that the developers added the affordable housing conditions. I'm really happy about that, but I would like to see this go further. And I hope y'all seize this opportunity to strengthen it to do that. Longer term, I urge the city to reconsider the affordable housing piece in the Midtown Plan, and I hope you will join with the Planning Commission's recommendation from last month and help bring about an updated text change that will initiate a revisioning of affordable housing conditions in all areas of the city. Thank you very much. Larry, you got 56 seconds.
Nothing different here. I'll try to use my 54 seconds appropriately. Bottom line is I support the project. I usually stand up in front of you and tell you everything that's wrong with the project because it doesn't comply with the Midtown Plan. This one does. This is only the second project in Midtown. You all remember North Hills. This is only the second project in Midtown to include affordability. It's in a perfect spot. It's going to allow workers to perhaps work in North Hills, work south of that, and it's well located. The traffic considerations have been well laid out. The proposal for traffic to control the congestion is also well thought out, and I hope that the state and the city go ahead with the recommendations and enforce them. So overall, I support the project. Oh, I have 12 seconds left.
I was going to say, come on.
One last thing. As far as affordability goes, we only have one little tool in our box, and that is the 80% AMI for 10 years. Yes, we can do better, but that's not our problem. It is a text change problem that needs to be addressed by council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So glad that we're here. One clarifying, did you say that you want to hold, and can you help me understand? That's not something we talked about, so I don't remember why. When that came up, I was a little confused. The frontage. That's not addressed with it, okay.
If you can give me 1 second for Mr. York to talk to Ben Brown. The condition was just making sure that the stormwater language was something that they could enforce along with the existing code. So it's really more of change in form than substance, but I want to give the city.
While they're doing, I have just a quick question over here, not for you. I just wanted to confirm that the discussion of the Midtown Area Plan will go to committee, Safe Vibrant, I think is what we sent it, in September per Commissioner Bennett's request.
That is in September.
Right. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I can do Hamilton. Want me to start out with Hamilton?
It sounds like both the city attorney and the stormwater department are fine with the condition as is, and they'll work with us to make sure it's enforceable under the code. So action could be taken today if the council prefers that.
Okay, so what about the frontage?
Well, we wouldn't be able to add that to, so that's why we'd have to continue that if that's important to council. Today, as the condition stands, the frontage is not, we couldn't add that as part of the case because it was not added at Planning Commission. So if the frontage along Computer Drive is something that is important to council, then it would have to be carried over to the third.
Got it. So I'd love to hear thoughts on that, if anybody has concerns.
I think if they're prepared to add that condition to be responsive to Planning Commission's feedback, then holding it open one cycle makes good sense, if you're open to that.
No one's in opposition, so I would say let's do this during the day.
Yeah, no problem. So we'll hold it for the day of the next meeting.
On September 3rd?
On September 3rd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to make a motion, don't I? I make a motion to move to September.
We need to hold the hearing open, Karen, correct? Yes, so I'll hold the hearing open. Motion is to move this to the
Afternoon. On September 3rd.
September 3rd on the afternoon. That gives you enough time? It does. Okay. All right. Who seconded? Right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have rezoning Z724, 500 Rawls Drive. No one has signed up to speak in opposition to this.
Robert Tate, Planning and Development. This is rezoning request Z724 at 500 Rawls Drive. This is a request to rezone approximately 8 acres from R10 to residential mixed use, 4 stories, and conditional use. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, however inconsistent with the future land use map and urban form map. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. Here's a look at the site, an aerial of the site, and the surrounding land uses, largely low scale and moderate scale residential. To the west of the site is the Raleigh Country Club, and to the north are medical and institutional uses associated with the Wake Med, Wake Tech, and Wake County. The applicant has proposed 3 conditions with the request. The first being a cap on residential density not to exceed 180 dwelling units. The next condition would require balconies to be set back at least 50 feet from the northern property line. And the last is the applicant would dedicate 1% of total, the applicant would dedicate 1% of units as affordable at 60% AMI for 10 years, or they could pay a contribution of $40,000 per unit. So the request would increase the number of dwelling units and require smaller setbacks. This site being situated within a frequent transit area would unlock the frequent transit development option, and utilizing this development option could produce as many as 242 units with the existing zoning, and of those, approximately 46 would be guaranteed affordable units, which would be more than what is being proposed with the zoning conditions today. So like I mentioned, the request is inconsistent with the future land use map. Policy recommendation would suggest that this site not exceed 3 stories. So if this rezoning is approved, the future land use map would be amended from moderate scale residential to medium scale. Additionally, the frequent transit area envisions an urban approach to frontage, but this request does not include a frontage. So like I mentioned, consistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with both future land use map and urban form map. Here are a list of consistent policies, and then one inconsistent policy largely targeting that future land use map designation. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval and finds that this request is reasonable and in the public's interests. I am available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, any questions of staff? Okay, I'm going to open, okay. Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi, thanks. So this, as you've noted, is in the FTDO, and as has happened several times, people are coming for rezoning instead of utilizing the FTDO tool. And I think the applicant will probably speak to this, but the source of the friction is frontage requirements. Can you speak to what, if any, frontage requirements there are for the R10 FTDO?
There would not be a requirement with the residential district utilizing the FTDO.
There not be?
That's correct. That would only trigger for a mixed-use district
Okay, so
to
if there's-
follow the urban limited standards.
Okay, so going to the mixed use would trigger it, but not otherwise?
So if the base zoning district was a mixed-use district and they want to utilize the FTDO, they would have to follow urban limited standards. In a residential district, that does not apply.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. Again, no one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon.
Madam Mayor and members of council, Isabel Maddox, Nichols and Crampton Law Firm, 3700 Glenwood, Suite 500, 27612. And just to go through, I'll address Councilmember Patton's question at the end of my presentation, but I'd like to go through it. Do you have my slides up here? Oh, they'll pull up. Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I will go ahead and address it. You're right that we are not using the frequent transit development option here. And that's for a couple of different reasons. One is we would like 4 stories here because it's a difficult site from a grade standpoint. My land planner's here, and she can speak to it more eloquently than I. But it's a difficult site, so 4 stories will work a lot better. And so you need to go for the mixed-use district for that. And then once you do that and you have a public street coming through, you would have to have the urban frontage, and it's really difficult to lay out the site and arrange parking properly when you for this type of apartment complex. The street will be, rather than just straight shot, it'll be a little bit circuitous through the site. It still will be a public street, but it'll be a multifamily street. And that's the reason that we aren't using the frequent transit development option. But we do, and trying to get the best of both worlds, we think the fact that it is in the frequent transit area says that the city has indicated, hey, more density, should be appropriate here. And we are proposing 100% affordable development here. So I think even though we're not using the frequent transit development option in terms of this rezoning, we are looking at this site and seeing that the city has identified this area as being one where affordable housing would be desirable and more density would be desirable. So we've just decided to skin the cat in a little bit different way. Okay. And I'll get Emily Rothrock up here in a minute if she can go into that in more detail. Yes. Oh, that's my other case. Do we have the Rawls case? Yeah, I was just getting ready to launch into
Well, while we're getting that situated, you mentioned 100% affordable as your client, but of course the condition doesn't match that. As Councilmember Melton often says, the best indicator of future performance is past performance. Would you mind telling us who your client is?
Yes, my client is South Creek Development. Here with me today, I should have said this at the beginning, is Charlie Heritage of South Creek and our land planner, Emily Rothrock of ESP and Associates. And this is the 4th Raleigh project for South Creek. They have one that's almost complete on Rock Quarry, then a senior project that's under construction. They have one on Crosslink, which is in the planning process, and then this case will be the 4th one. So, and they're all affordable, 100% affordable. So we did not put a condition in that. They have to buy property from property owner who is resistant to having 100% affordable. And we put that 1% condition as a nominal affordable condition. The Planning Commission asked us to do that, and so we did add that just to have as a fallback, but the intent is 100% affordable here, and we do have a good track record here. Yay. Okay. All right, we've gone through that. Asking for a maximum of 180 units. I think the project's actually a little bit smaller than that. This site, you can see, this is Warren here, Haven Road just to our north. Rawls comes up here and sort of dead ends there, and then we have Pool Road down here. That's a zoning map. We're going from R10 to RX4. This is sort of a rough conceptual layout. You see, we've pulled the buildings away from the the neighbors, the single-family neighbors who front on Haven Road, they were the ones that were concerned about the balconies. And we sort of pulled the buildings back away from Haven so that they wouldn't get any disruption based on the apartment dwellers that were adjacent to their backyards. And this will be a multifamily street, and it'll kind of come around and go and then tie into the Rawls when it's extended. The conditions are a maximum of 180 units, no balconies within 50 feet of the north line, and that's the line that abuts the single family. And then we added the nominal affordable condition that we would do either 10% affordable units or I think it's a fee based on a formula that we've used before. In summary, we add affordable housing here. We're protective of the single-family neighborhood to the north. We will add significant road and utility infrastructure. It is in the frequent transit area, and we believe that when the zoning conditions in the frequent transit area are considered, it's consistent with the comp plan, but it also brings it into consistency or in line with the urban form map. The 4 stories allows a little bit less impervious. It allows you to get a little bit more in the way of units. We still have the objective of staying at 50 feet, which is the 3-story limit, and think that that's pretty doable. Was unanimously approved by Planning Commission. And I'd like to call Emily Rothrock up to speak a little bit better to your question about the road and the failure to use the frequent transit.
Good evening, Emily Rothrock. I'm a landscape architect with ESB Associates. So when we get into these projects that have some challenging topography, streams, wetlands, we try to look at the site in a little bit more detail, knowing that some of these requirements are important. There's building height restrictions, and we need to use stem walls on this site. This is an apartment complex. It will have ADA units. We need to provide access that's accessible to the front doors, those being on the front of the buildings. We had a sketch plan meeting with the city early on, and one of the directional requests was to include a public street through this site. And the intention is that goes east and connects to Sunnybrook. So we have provided that with a flexible option and speaking with staff with a mixed use. So it'll be a 22-foot public right-of-way with parking on either side. We know that we cannot get parking on the back of the buildings. That right-of-way is on the front of these buildings, and therefore that urban limited frontage would restrict parking between the front of the building and that public right-of-way. So we can't put the parking down at the bottom by the creek. We have to get it in the front of the buildings. And so that was the challenge. And we just really try to go through the code and make sure we're not going to commit to something we cannot actually execute later. And that's when that came up. I think one of the things that we have studied and really understood is that there is adequate opportunity for buffering and screening. We have the neighborhood transition yard options that we've allocated for. We've got ample open space, and we're working with the building architect to really incorporate that outdoor space and provide the same type of amenities, including the balconies that you would see in any other apartment complex. Even though we understand this to be 100% affordable, that's the goal of the development. So the plan intends to utilize the space around the building and provide that pedestrian connectivity as well as the vehicular.
Thanks, Emily. Okay. Any other questions?
Councilmember Branch?
It goes back to your street connection. You said what street are you looking to connect to? Is it to Warren? To,
yeah, we'll be coming.
Because you said Sunnybrook, but that's
yeah, I think she misspoke there.
Well,
eventually it gets.
Yes, the goal from staff is that this comes through and continues the whole way over to Sunnybrook. So they want to see that connection through our site. They want to make that connection the whole way over. We talked about alternative routes, but that is a clear goal of transportation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's from Warren coming through?
Correct.
Okay.
That's an existing 60-foot public right-of-way. Doesn't meet the current street sections, but a mixed use is appropriate to transition to.
So Warren and Rawls will be the two street connections currently.
Yes, and the goal from staff is that
That's Sunnybrook.
continues eventually.
Okay.
I think it would stop right here, actually, so that would go away. So Rawls right-of-way, which stops right here, right now.
Right.
Would continue up into what is Warren.
Okay, that makes sense to me now. Thank you. And I guess one other question, is the goal ultimately once get ownership to do a tax credit for this?
This is a low-income tax credit project.
4 or 9%?
4%.
4%, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, I will close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Definitely want to thank you for this work, and again, the work you're doing as far as, bringing some affordability into the community, and by it being one of our very nice golf courses, I think it's a good balance. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 20th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extents described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, great, thank you. Next is rezoning Z924, Quarry Road.
Hi, good evening. Ronan Reedus, Planning and Development. Rezoning Z924 is a request to rezone approximately 1.75 acres at 6027 Rock Quarry Road from residential 4 to residential 10 with conditions. The request is consistent with the future land use map and consistent with the comprehensive plan, and Planning Commission recommended approval 5-2. Here's a look at the site and the surrounding area. There is one existing home on the site today. You can see it is surrounded by kind of underdevelopment or already developed single-family residential neighborhoods. Here's some views of the site from Rock Quarry Road. And the applicant has proposed 3 conditions here. So the first condition prohibits some uses that are otherwise allowed in residential zoning districts. The second condition sets a maximum of 29 units for any residential development. And then the third condition requires a greenway easement if a future soil survey determines that the stream along the eastern property boundary is a Neuse River stream and would be subject to the Neuse River stream buffers. So it's kind of an if-then condition. Here's a look at the change in entitlement. You can see going from 14 to 29 units. It's approximately a doubling. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, which gives the property a designation of moderate scale residential. There are a number of consistent policies here, mostly having to do with increasing housing supply and housing variety in the city. And there are no inconsistent policies. The Planning Commission recommended approval 5-2, finding that the request was reasonable and in the public interest because it increases the amount and type of housing in proximity to future frequent transit service along Rock Quarry Road, and would provide that increased customer base for local and regional transit investments. The 2 opposing votes stated concerns that the conditions were not in the spirit of serving the public interest, and public benefit would only be realized if the land was undevelopable already. These comments were made specifically in response to that condition number 3, having to do with the greenway easement. That concludes staff overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you have before you open the public hearing.
Okay, any questions?
No questions. I do know the applicant will be asking us to hold this.
Okay, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you just talk about the Planning Commission concern? I'm not following this.
Sure. So condition number 3 commits to providing a greenway easement along the eastern property line in the specific scenario that there is a stream there that is subject to noose buffer rules. So basically, if the buffer is required already by the state, they will put an easement there for a greenway, but not if there is not a buffer required.
And so the concern was there wouldn't be additional public benefit if that's not the case.
I think, yes, the concern was that it wasn't a commitment to the greenway easement outright.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no one, as I said, is signed up in opposition, so open the hearing.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills here on behalf of Cube Projects LLC, the property owner. Again, this is a rezoning to R10CU for a townhouse subdivision. We're asking for an increase in 15 units. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and would increase housing near the shops at Battle Bridge, an existing shopping center. I'm going to go right to the Greenway easement question and give a little bit of context behind that. So on the left-hand side, you can see the existing Greenway easements that were granted by the Barwell Park subdivision and other subdivisions until you reach Barwell Road Elementary. And currently, the Greenway easement ends at our northern property line where their open space lot and this lot meet. There is no Greenway corridor mapped on the city's Greenway plan, so any development here is not by right required to donate that easement. On the left-hand side, you see the plat from Barwell Park subdivision. On this right-hand side, this is the extent of the USGS Blue Line stream and the 50-foot Neuse River stream buffer. When we first offered that condition, it seemed very likely to us that that stream was going to continue along our shared property line to Rock Quarry Road. But after conversations with the stormwater department, they determined that it's more likely that this stream runs outside of our property boundary and may not require a Greenway easement. So what we want to do is to offer a new condition that grants a Greenway easement in the event that the shared boundary line is not identified as a blue line stream and thus requiring a 50-foot stream buffer. So either way, whether there is a Neuse River stream or not, we would have a Greenway connection from the adjacent property. And by Greenway connection, I mean Greenway easement connection. There's no built Greenway out here. But that easement would then run from Barwell Park Elementary School through the adjacent properties, through our site, and then empty out onto Rock Quarry Road. So we would respectfully request a continuance to September 3rd. We've gotten confirmation from Parks and Recreation that they're okay with the language that we've included to date, and so we could make that change tomorrow morning and get those new conditions in. So that kind of explains why we need a continuance, but happy to answer any other questions that this council may have.
Yeah,
Councilmember Branch.
Quick question. So explain the wording you want to add.
So condition 4 is the granting of at least a 20-foot Greenway easement, which allows you the ability to construct a 10-foot path through there in the event that there is not a Neuse River stream identified on our property. And I believe I think it was Sally Hoyt with the Stormwater Department had gone back and reviewed and said it's more likely than not that the stream, if it continues, will continue on an adjacent property and not ours.
Okay, so you're just saying you're going to modify the condition stating that you will add an easement for a Greenway connection.
There will be a Greenway easement here, whether there's a Neuse River stream or not. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just ask, I know you do a great job as a lawyer. When y'all write it up, when you get with our lawyers, can y'all make it so a layman can understand it?
We can try. We get stuck in our ways sometimes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion to, we'll keep the hearing open and,
I move to keep the hearing open and keep this, would day or evening, would evening work? Like, we only have like 3 text changes for that evening.
I think an evening's fine.
Evening is fine?
I'll be here.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, that's, I just wanted to be sure.
If that
So
works best for y'all, it works best.
yes, I just ask that we hold this open and have it on September 3rd in the evening session.
all in favor? Aye.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
It's unanimous, thank you. All right. Next, we have rezoning Z1024.
Robert Tate, Planning and Development. This is rezoning request Z1024 at 3102 Kelly Austin Drive. This is a request to rezone approximately 2 acres from commercial mixed use 5 stories conditional use with the Shad overlay district to CX12 conditional use, which would remove that Shad. This request is consistent with both the future land use map and comprehensive plan and inconsistent with the urban form map. Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. Here's a aerial view of the site. A lot of mix of uses in the surrounding area. So south of the site is the Crabtree Creek Trail and some open space. To the west across New Bern are some industrial uses and a Duke Energy substation. And adjacent across Kelly Austin is a child care center, and to the east, apartment complex. Here are some street views. The first looking into the site from New Bern Avenue, and the second looking from the rear of Kelly Austin, looking to the west. There are several conditions proposed by the applicant, the first being a prohibition on various uses that you see here. The second would require or prohibit no more than 2 bays of on-site parking with a single drive aisle between the building and Kelly Austin Drive. It would require that there be at least 1 entrance facing to the building facing Kelly Austin Drive. The fourth would require pedestrian access from the public sidewalk to the main entrance of a building, and that it does not cross a recorded tree conservation area. The fifth would cap residential density to not exceed 236 units. The sixth would cap office uses at no more than 65,000 square feet and cap residential uses to no more than 25,000 square feet. So the change here is an increase in height, which would allow for more units on the site. This request is consistent with the future land use map designation of community mixed use. This request does not include a frontage, so it would be inconsistent with the future land use map, the urban form map. The proposal does have conditions that would mimic a parking limited frontage, but that is not an approach that's recommended by policy for the bus rapid transit area. So consistent with the comp plan, consistent with the future land use map, and inconsistent with the urban form map. Here are a list of consistent policies largely related to the frequent transit programmed on the site or the corridor, and inconsistent policies that calls out for a urban frontage. So like I mentioned, Planning Commission recommends approval, and that is the conclusion of our presentation. Let me know if you have any questions for me.
Do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. Why did we not take care of this during the TOD conversations? Did we not action this piece of property?
This was not a part of that proposal.
Was it just because this rezoning was already pending, or was there another reason?
That is, I don't believe that's the case, but I think I have someone that can help.
Yeah, so this was not included. It is, if you go back to the map and look at the way access works here, you can't, let's see if there's an aerial photo in here that shows a little bit more. This is basically a dead end. It goes nowhere. And so because of the limited connectivity, we did not pick it up in the area plan proposal for rezoning.
Okay.
Recognizing that we need more specific focus from a privately initiated rezoning.
Got it. Okay, helpful, thanks.
Okay. No one has signed up in opposition. I will open the hearing.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Isabel Maddox, Nichols and Crampton, 3700 Glenwood, Suite 500. So this is a small piece of property on Kelly Austin Drive, a street that I didn't even know existed. It's right off Newbern, and it's a dead-end street. And there are a lot of encumbrances that already are on this site, which is part of the reason that we haven't done some of the things that the city might want to see. A pretty good aerial there. Because of various easements, we don't have any ability to access Newbern. Our access would all come off Kelly Austin. There's a railroad line right to our south, and then there's this big permanent open space right in here. Just gives you a general surrounding zoning. There are a mix of zonings. There's industrial, there's residential, there's mixed use, commercial mixed use. And here's even a better view of it. You can see a lot of different uses, including industrial apartments, retail uses in the area. And again, here's the permanent open space that's to our immediate south, which gives us some benefit in having some green area, some open area adjacent to what is a very narrow site. And here's where we talk about our encumbrances. We have a City of Raleigh water line right here. Then we have an AT&T easement and tree conservation. So really, you're knocked out of all that area. And there's more tree conservation over here, which really limits our developability. And that is the reason for the zoning. It was rezoned not too long ago for 5 stories, but because the owner, when he got into trying to develop it, he realized that this is not enough height because I'm gonna have to use a lot of my height up for structured parking. So that's why he's coming back with another request for 12 stories in this case. So that would allow him to do a substantial amount of parking, within the structure of the building. And as you can see, the building is small. The site is small to start with, and then you have these encumbrances that really pinch the site in. And so his objective really is to do a limited service hotel here that would be, we think serve families who have a family member at Wake Med, because you're in close proximity to the hospital, and you could come in, you get off the Beltline really easily. You could park there and then get into the hospital, pretty easily. So that's really the objective here. I'll go back to the conditions that we have, which for some reason were put up front. So we have limited a number of uses. We have talked about how the parking will be set up. We've tried to mimic some sort of a frontage, although with these encumbrances, the tree conservation that already exists, recorded areas, it's really difficult to do an urban frontage, say along Newbern. That's not doable because of the recorded encumbrances. We will I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we'll have pedestrian access from the front of the building to the road to Kelly Austin Drive. We have put some limitations on uses. We didn't want to eliminate residential, so we did cap a number of units. Again, I think office is very unlikely here, but we put a cap. We put a cap on retail. I mean, I think the ultimate goal would be probably a hotel and maybe some sort of ground floor retail here. So, and we feel like this is consistent with the comp plan. It's consistent with the urban form map is the only really inconsistency, and that's because of the frontage. And we feel like we've done what we can to address frontage issues here. And we were unanimously approved by Planning Commission. Any questions that y'all might have?
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I just want to say thank you. I did have a question, but you answered it because I remember this case and I remember the hotel.
Yeah.
And when you said the intent is still to do a hotel,
Yeah.
it's just trying to get the parking in, and I can understand that part. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 20th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have text change 523. And no one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Remetta with Planning and Development. TC 523 is part of our Omnibus Text Change Program that's aimed at kind of continuous improvement of the city's land use regulations. Generally does so by addressing issues that can arise for a variety of reasons. Those could be unintended conflicts that occur because of recent text changes, unique situations that aren't otherwise addressed, or just providing an opportunity to provide clear and simpler language. And so in selecting the items on this list, we try very hard to make sure that they meet one or more of these criteria. And so these ensure that kind of these batches of items can be grouped together and processed fairly quickly, that if there are policy changes, that they're relatively minor, and that if there are high priority items, that they can be addressed quickly. And so the list before you today has 29 total items. We attempted to group those into the 4 categories you see here. Those are clarifications, regulatory changes, legal compliance changes, and procedural changes, and you can see the number of each noted on the screen there. So clarifications, those are intended to better define when or how the code might apply. It also could include things like typographical or organizational errors. Some examples in that list are the addition of some explicit language that allows solar accessory uses by right in all zoning districts. This is something that's already permitted, but as we have been pursuing gold certification with SolSmart, we've learned that we needed an explicit statement as such in the code. The special flood hazard areas is just updating terminology. That definition was added as part of a recent text change, and there's a few instances where that substitution was not made, and so that's just being cleaned up here. Regulatory changes, again, are intended to be relatively minor. So examples in this category are the removal of some remnant language related to compact parking spaces. If you recall, the city eliminated parking minimums throughout the code back in 2021, and so some of those regulations related to the number and spacing of compact parking spaces aren't really relevant anymore, and so they're being removed. There's also clarification added as to when doors qualify as transparency requirements. Those requirements address the percentage of non-residential building facades that must be glassed or otherwise transparent, and so just clarification added there that the door has to be transparent to actually qualify as meeting transparency requirements. Legal changes are made to adjust to changes in state law or otherwise more closely mirror language in state law for consistency purposes. So an example there is adding language for variance approvals to include the mandated allowance for reasonable accommodations under the Fair Housing Act. Likewise, language was added to mirror state law regarding who can be the applicant in certain types of development approvals. Again, we're already bound to apply and enforce those as dictated by the state. We're just kind of amending the UDO to mirror those requirements. Finally, there's some procedural changes. Those include the timeline for setting public hearings. That's been adjusted for text changes and comp plan amendments to match what we're already doing for rezonings, which is setting the public hearing within 60 days of the Planning Commission's recommendation, so long as the other published notice requirements are otherwise met. There's also language being removed regarding home occupation permits. That permit type was eliminated, is obsolete based on some changes related to live-work uses that was adopted recently as well. So I hope that kind of gives you an idea of the types of items in the ordinance. Of course, your materials have detailed descriptions of each one. They were reviewed by Growth and Natural Resources, subsequently by the Planning Commission. They recommended approval 6-1. And just a quick note, if you recall, when we set the public hearing earlier this summer, we noted a minor correction in section 37 of the ordinance. So just wanted to note that that change has been made and is included. But otherwise, that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, thanks. I know we saw these in Growth and Natural Resources, but they have all fallen out of my brain until I just reread them in preparation for this meeting. So in reviewing the compact spaces one, I definitely understand the spirit of like where there are no parking minimums, creating a compact, like adding all of that is not necessarily in the same spirit. I did wonder if y'all had considered the potential that that might create like nuisance parking behaviors. Certainly lots of Americans drive large vehicles, and if I'm imagining a scenario where a parking deck has only compact spaces, and will people like double park their large vehicles and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there are still minimum dimensional requirements that, you know, if you do provide those, you have to meet. But as you said, those spaces are smaller. But I think the thought and the goal is just like the determination for if and when and what number of parking spaces are required is made by the property owner and the applicant. That the decision as to whether all or some of the spaces should be compact will be made in that manner as well.
Got it. And then, I don't know if you have more slides buried in your deck, but I think the dissenting Planning Commission vote had something to do with the tiny home condition, and particularly that there's a different standard for manufactured housing versus built-in place housing. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I don't have a slide for it, but it's item 15 in the ordinance. The change is to put back in the code an omission that as part of a cottage court, if you were to use a tiny house, which is also a manufactured house, that the size of that be limited to 600 square feet. The commissioner did not agree with basically the limitation on manufactured housing in general. Staff would note that that is just mirroring other language, exactly how we treat manufactured homes and built as tiny houses elsewhere in the code. And so if you do a manufactured house as a tiny home, then there are limitations in terms of size and types of screening, roof pitch, those sorts of things that also apply. That language didn't get carried over specifically to the cottage court regulations, and so this text change is just placing those in the cottage court section to mirror how they are in other places.
They already exist. This set of parameters already exist
in
Yes.
other places.
That's correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Mayor
I'll make the
Pro Tem.
motion to approve. I also just wanted to note, that was a great question. We had to fight pretty hard to get the manufactured homes included in the tiny homes when we legalized those. So I appreciate staff following back to make sure that the things are consistent. But anyway, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 20th, 2024, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee.
We will have a meeting this month. We will have a meeting this month. It will be next Tuesday in the council chambers at 1:30. We have a few items still pending, but the one item we'll be taking up next Tuesday is the Leveling the Playing Field Workforce Development Organization.
All right, Growth and Natural Resources.
GNR will meet next Tuesday, August 27th at 4 p.m. We will discuss rezoning case Z3923, Nall Road, and have a presentation on the Falls watershed regulatory and conservation updates. On the agenda, it did mention the Strickland Road rezoning, but that's an error, as that case has already been reported out and taken up by council.
Okay. For the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, we'll be meeting in September on both issues, the revenue capture options in Midtown.
Transit and Transportation will meet in 2 days. Thursday, it's the fourth Thursday. We will discuss the Brookside Drive safety initiatives here in this room at 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report of the Mayor and City Council. Start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. I have one item. Annually, there's the Dia de Oakwood event. It's the Day of the Dead event. There's a 5K race downtown and then a festival at the Oakwood Cemetery where they do like an educational component and a community component. The fiscal beneficiary is the Boys and Girls Club on Brentwood. They, in the past, have received city funding. I think because of an organizational switch in leadership, they did not submit this year. So I'd like to add this to the council agenda for next meeting about allocating $15K from council contingency to the Dia de Oakwood so that it can continue. I think this will be its 10th year, so I'd hate for it not to happen. So I'd like to just ask to put that on the next agenda for consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, hi. Happy to be back. I have office hours on August 29th at the Salty Turtle in Wakefield from 6 to 8. Also some good stuff that we did through the consent agenda today as we executed grant applications for mountain bike trails at Forest Ridge Park and Marsh Creek Park. Executed the grant for some Six Forks Road funding, which I would like to say that every big thing we do is made of 1,000 tiny actions. We know Six Forks Road has been a labor of love, so this was like one of those tiny actions. We also accepted funding for Tarboro Road corridor improvements and made a contribution to the Watershed Protection Program. And we approved the encroachment agreement for the Pink Pantry that that Councilmember Melton led on. And the last thing I've got is that I'd like to ask I should have probably done it while they were giving their work plan, but I'd like to ask the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board to take up the topic of how we might collaborate on river safety near Raleigh Beach. We know that there have been drownings and near drownings there, and I think we just can tap into their network and reach leaders, particularly of the Latinx community, to continue to get the word out about river safety.
Councilmember Black.
I have some of the same points from consent because some of those things touched in District A. So today, the City of Raleigh accepted a resolution with the strategic buyout program property with the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency. And so that's a property at 900 Hardymont, which is just near Eastgate Park in District A. And the purpose of this program is to mitigate disaster risk and future losses due to natural disasters. Also, some stuff about Six Forks Road. Despite the chagrin of some of the folks in District A, the Six Forks Road Improvement Project is still trucking on along. And today, the city accepted a locally administered project program, or LAP grant, in the amount of almost $14 million. But essentially, the North Carolina Department of Transportation will reimburse the City of Raleigh for a construction amount in the amount mentioned previously. And then I think we had all the same things in consent, because there were some cool things in consent. So today, we also authorized the city manager to execute the contract with the Central Pines Regional Council for the Watershed Protection Program. This program was created back in 2006 to help Raleigh's critical drinking water resources through the preservation of undeveloped parcels within these watersheds. And just in the time that it's been around, it's protected 124 miles of stream, 11,000 acres, and helped prevent an estimated 6,500 pounds a year of nitrogen and 1,200 pounds a year of phosphorus from entering Falls Lake. So shout out to drinking water protections. As I have done every month since being on council, other than we're not in session like this summer, I talk about the things that are going on with the month. And if you don't know, this month is Black August. It's a month-long observation that honors the lives and legacies of Black political prisoners, freedom fighters, and martyrs of the Black liberation struggle. It's also a time to reflect on the history and Black freedom struggle and to recommit our fight for justice and liberation. And so, open invitation, since nobody can catch up with me, to attend Black August in the Park this Saturday, August 24th. It's in Durham, so come to Durham at Central Park. But if you would like to check it out, I'll be there. You can talk to me. Definitely should come. It's a great, wonderful experience. So,
Member Branch?
Yes, a few things. I've had quite a few residents email me and contact me about the panhandling going on, especially along the New Bern Avenue corridor. I was wondering if there's something we can do to educate our community. I know there are some rules and laws on hand, as well as is there some education that can be done through Acorns, reaching those who are unhoused. And also, I know they're doing a lot for resources. I know they've been out there. I've had multiple conversations with our staff, and I want to thank them for their work and attention to some of the issues here, as well as some of the crime that has occurred within the New Bern Avenue corridor recently in addressing them. I did read an article, RPD has solved all homicides this year. So I just hope we have no more that we need them to solve. But again, from a community standpoint, I know there's a meeting last week, there's a meeting tonight in which going out in the community to talk about different things and approaches to addressing some of our challenges. So again, I want to continue to push, if you see something, say something, and we can go from there. Another two things, erosion if transportation can look at some erosion concerns in the median on Pool Road between Old Pool Road and Busway. Recently, I sent staff some information about a lane that was blocked due to overflow of flooding from heavy rain. It didn't have to be a tropical storm, and they addressed that. But we're seeing some erosion in the median that's occurring. So if we could have that looked at, and also based on what's happened, I noticed on a couple cases, and a question that was asked if council's okay, I will ask for the clerk's office on when people go to sign up for public hearing, if we can just leave how much time is left for cases that are held over. So that way, if there's no time left, they're aware of that. So there are no more surprises. And on a good note, I was able to be a speaker at the Raleigh Summer Youth Employment Program closing ceremony. Coastal Federal Credit Union partnered with us this year as well. Had over 100 and I think 50 plus kids. Some had already started back school when we had the program at Carolina Ponds. But I want to thank the staff for the growth of the program. I heard 4 departments participated, and we have 20. So I just put that there for the rest of the departments about our Raleigh Summer Youth Employment Program. My first job was through that program, so it's dear and near to my heart. And with that, glad to be back.
So just to add to that, as I mentioned earlier about the partnership Raleigh, there are multiple departments. So we do so much with so many kids, and they're dispersed all over. So I think we had a smaller number participating in Raleigh Summer Youth this year, but more on the partnership side of the house and the Pathways to Public Service, which was the first year that we were able to do that one.
Can we share that? And
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask for departments to be called out, but a number in the manager's update
Yeah.
of departments.
We can do that, yes.
Thank you.
And we can gladly say I spoke at that event, as I mentioned earlier, and it was a weird number. She said 78, 79% of those students or participants in the program had received gainful employment, and most of them are here at the City of Raleigh. So it has truly grown into a pipeline to employment for us. So we want to continue to grow Raleigh Summer Youth, and the partnership is the next stage of that. And then beyond that, the Pathways to Public Service, that fellow program, is the higher level. Those are college students. Yeah.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. I just have one thing. I just want to send a huge thank you and shout out to La Cucina Italian Restaurant for hosting my community meetings over the last few months. We had a great turnout in August, and I'm looking forward to our next meeting on September 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. Please come ready to eat some great Italian cuisine and support a local business in District E. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, I've had a number of conversations with some business owners downtown, and something they've raised is wanted to know if we could do like a no loitering ordinance downtown, particularly around the bus station. They mentioned Durham, excuse me, as an example. I think there is some type of no loitering policy, but I explained to them it's different because Durham's facilities enclosed and ours open, but I'm not really sure. But if the city attorney's office, RPD, and the city manager's office can just look at that and maybe just come back and let me know if that's something that's possible or not.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out one more time the Affordable Housing Summit. It was really great on Saturday. And I followed that by going to the Kirby Derby at Dix Park, which was so much fun. Yeah, it was a blast. So really good Saturday. Watch the summit online when you can. YouTube, it's all there. Kirby Derby, come next year. I will be meeting with residents through the District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting this Saturday, August 24th at 9:30 a.m. at the Crowder Center at Lake Johnson Park. Hope to see folks there.
Ditto, Councilmember Harrison. It's really good. And I just want to say welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Okay, next we have appointments.
Good evening. As always thrilled to be the last big chunk between you and dinner. Appointments, Design Review Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Brooke Funkhauser received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy. Community member category, Sana Siddiqui received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy. Professional member category, Jorge Santana received 5 votes, so would be appointed. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. Johnny Lee Thomas received 1 vote. Cameron Zamat received 7, so would be appointed as an alternate. Down to nominations, Design Review Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Kyle Springer is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Design Review Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. A resignation has been received from alternate member Catherine McPherson. Therefore, you have a new alternate vacancy for consideration. Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. A resignation has been received from Tolu Adewale, so that will be appearing on your next ballot.
I'd like to put a name in for that spot. Her name is Amber Williams.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Co-nominated by council members Jones and Black.
Is that for fair housing? I nominated her on my form.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, I didn't see a form to nominate.
No, you can add them.
No, where you add somebody, I added her name. I talked to her at the affordable housing thing and asked her to submit her application and told her I would nominate her. So we have a triple, yeah.
I'll do it. Let's all just vote for no.
All right. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of David Markwood is expiring. He's not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. As a reminder, a few years back, the council adopted an ordinance to establish desired qualifications for this commission. He didn't fill any specific role that's not otherwise filled by another member. So that'll be coming back.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Next, we have the report of the city attorney.
No report, Mayor.
All right. And then the clerk.
Minutes from the July 2nd, 2024 council meeting have been submitted for your consideration.
Move to approve the minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous as well. All right, now we have closed session. A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and a settlement of a potential claim in the following matter: City of Raleigh versus Koskava Investments and Stan Joseph versus City of Raleigh. GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered by the city in negotiations. And then GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment of an individual public officer, employee, or prospective public officer or employee.
So moved.
I need a second. Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Hello, we have just adjourned from closed session, and we have directed staff to act upon those items brought before us, and we're now officially adjourning our meeting for today. Thank you.